Good morning and welcome, everyone. Welcome to our new Mustangs. My name is Dale Stoker. My pronouns are he, him, his, and I am the Director of New Student and Transition Programs. As the Director of Orientation, I have the great pleasure of being the first to welcome you here today. This is a little bit different in terms of a virtual Zoom experience, but I promise you will be getting all the same information we provide in our in-person sessions, and hopefully it's a little more accessible and comfortable for many of you. So to start our session, we are going to get started with a land acknowledgement. Cal Poly sits on the traditional lands of the Actitu-Titu Yaktilhini Northern Chumash Tribe of San Luis Obispo County and region. The Actitu-Titu Yaktilhini have a documented presence in this area for over 10,000 years. The Tilhini peoples have stewarded their ancestral and unceded homelands, which include all the cities, communities, federal and state open spaces within the San Luis Obispo County region. These homelands extend east into the Carrizo Plains toward Kern County, south to the Santa Maria River, north to Ragged Point, and west beyond the ocean shoreline in an unbroken chain of lineage, kinship, and culture. Now, for many of you students, this might be your first time engaging with Cal Poly since you've accepted your admittance to attend, and we are so excited to have you here for SLO Days. In fact, just getting to SLO Days is a really big accomplishment. You're going to be part of a class of just over 6,000 new Mustangs from almost 80,000 applications this year. Congratulations. You should feel really proud of just getting here to Cal Poly. My hope for the new students is over the next few years that you find your second home here. A place where you can grow as an individual, contribute to our SLO and Cal Poly community, and like our motto states, learn by doing. I've been at Cal Poly for almost 11 years, and I absolutely love this place that I get to call home. I too have grown as an individual. I feel very connected to our local community, and I continue to learn by doing. Now, I remember my first day of orientation. I went to a small school in upstate New York, and I went to my university not knowing anyone else from my high school. So I was kind of going in solo. And I remember the very first lunch, I sat next to another first year student. Her name's Nicole. Nicole and I are still friends today. Nicole was funny, confident, outgoing, and I knew that she was going to make 100 friends by the end of that first day, but that wasn't going to be me. I was really starting to second guess if I had made that right decision to come to this new college, and wondering how I was going to meet anyone. Was anyone going to talk to me? How would I make any friends? Some of you may be feeling something similar, whether you're coming from Cuesta right down the road, or from the Bay Area, or transferring from out of state. You might be coming to Cal Poly not knowing anyone else, and that's okay. You are in the right place, and we are here to support you. So during my orientation, I actually played some pickup sports with some other incoming students. A couple of us signed up for a community service project. And during the first week of classes, I attended a club meeting to see what they were talking about. By the end of that year, I had joined that club. I had tried out for a varsity team. I did almost 200 hours of community service. But most importantly, I had made some friends along the way. I just kept showing up. So my second year, I actually joined the orientation team. I got to move back to campus early, catch up with my friends on our summer, and then we welcomed in the next group of students into our university. By my senior year, I was one of those student leaders planning our week of welcome because I was so excited to continue to welcome students into the place that I had found a home at my college. I don't know if you could find 21-year-old Dale in this photo. This is from my senior year. No, I'm not the cardinal. I don't think I would want that, but yes, there I am. I bring this up because looking back now, there are still so many people I'm still in touch with, friends that I've made have really impacted my journey. And it was such a special time that I had no idea when I signed up to be an orientation leader at the time, kind of the impact it would have on me. Now, I graduated from college almost 20 years ago, but again, two people that really impacted my life are two people I met through orientation. My wife, Mary, and my best man, Drew. And it gets even better because we welcomed in a little orientation child with Daphne, who joined us, who's now 2.5. And this is also a photo of Drew and I. We are girl dads. I bring this up not just being a proud parent, which I definitely am, but also to highlight the possibilities in front of you. I had no idea when I met these two people at orientation that they would continuously show up in my life in various circles and moments when I needed them. And you may not find your best friend at orientation, but maybe in that first semester, maybe through a club that you sign up for, maybe through a class. You may also find a future lab partner, a roommate. Who knows who you will end up connecting with and the impact that they will have on your journey. But those experiences and those connections are going to be starting today through slow days. Now, I know you've all shown up for slow days because you've chosen to join our Cal Poly community, and that's a responsibility that we don't take lightly. Slow days is going to lay the foundation for your connections here and for your education to be successful because no one can thrive here by themselves. I guarantee that the faculty, staff, even current students that you're going to hear from starting today through Week of Welcome, they're going to have an impact on your Cal Poly experience. So a little bit of what we're going to be covering today. This is a brief snapshot on the types of presentations that you're going to be hearing from. It is pretty diverse, it's pretty, expansive, and it really is just going to touch the surface on some key parts, and that's intentional. There's so much information to provide you that we can't cover it all, but we will try to give you all the highlights that you need to be successful here at Cal Poly on day one. So as I wrap up, I wanted to say welcome again to Cal Poly. Congratulations on being here and getting to slow days. I will definitely get to see you at Week of Welcome when we have more time to interface, and you'll get to meet other incoming students and transfer students. But now I'd like to turn it over to our Assistant Director of the Transfer Center, Sarah Baccio.
Hi, everybody. Good morning and welcome to Cal Poly. My name is Sarah Baccio, pronoun she, her, and I am the Assistant Director for the Transfer Center. And I also want to invite our coordinator, Allie, to pop on.
Hi everyone, my name is Allie Winding, she, their pronouns. I am the Transfer Academic Support Coordinator and I was a transfer student.
Great. Thank you so much, Allie. You're going to hear from Allie in just a second. But I just wanted to take a moment. We're so excited to celebrate our Cal Poly transfer students. And I really wanted to recognize your hard work, accomplishments, and sacrifices that brought you here today. So each year, Cal Poly receives more than 10,000 transfer applications. So to echo Dale, getting to this point is a great accomplishment. All within your transfer student identity, you bring resilience, adaptability, valuable life experiences, and diverse perspectives that strengthen our campus community. So whether you're looking for resources, community, or a place that you belong, we are very excited to be here with you and to support you through that journey. So congratulations, and I'm going to turn it over to Allie to share about the Transfer Center.
Thank you so much, Sarah. So like Sarah mentioned, we're so proud of you and we are so excited to get to meet you all, especially in this virtual space now. I love to talk a lot, so I'm going to do this as quick as I can and as excited as I can, but hopefully not too quick for all of you. To get us started, these are some of our goals of the Transfer Center. As you know, these are our big three: resources, community, and advocacy. What does that really mean? For resources, we aim to be that bridge that connects you all to other campuses on other departments on campus. That means if you're not familiar with where to go, please come see us. We really want to help you get to where you're trying to go. The next part is community building. I know as a transfer student myself, it can be very challenging to find other folks on campus and figure out who you might belong with and where you can build your community. Come by the Transfer Center. Come see us. There'll be tons of other transfer students that are in there hanging out, whether those are new folks like yourself or other returners. Come by. Let us help you build that sense of belonging and community. And then finally, advocacy. From application to graduation, we want to really advocate for a more equitable and transfer inclusive experience, whether that's through policy change, practices, events, language, and so much more. And I will talk about some of these in the next coming slides. Next slide, Dale, thank you. All right. Like I said, we are here to support you. Whether that is throughout when you first get here, transitioning in, or whether that's through graduation. We are here for you, and we want you to know that you do belong here. You made it, you did it, congratulations. Now it's time to get connected so that you can achieve, and we're going to support you on your path to doing so. So a few things that we suggest. Number one is to connect with us. Connect with the Transfer Center staff. We have 4 amazing student assistants who have a plethora of knowledge that they are happy to share with you. They want to get connected, and they've also transferred from all over California. Some of them may have transferred from the same colleges or community colleges that you might have transferred from, and they might be in similar majors. We really rely on them to get to connect with you guys. They work in the space, our transfer center, and I work with them very closely, so please come by. Number one. Number two, Transfer Academic Support Program. This is if you're kind of falling behind in some of your classes, you might be having a little bit more life stuff happening, you get enrolled into the Transfer Academic Support Program, and that's basically where you get the opportunity to meet more one-on-one with myself, as well as a couple of our other campus departments, whether that's the Office of Writing and Learning or your academic advisors, to just really check in and see what we can do to support you further. Number 3, building your academic team. What does this mean? This means really getting to know who is on your team to support you, whether that's us in the Transfer Center, like I kind of already mentioned, whether that's your faculty advisors, whether that's staff, and then those academic advisors. Here at Cal Poly, while it can be a really big school and that can be a bit intimidating, we really want to help you identify who's here to support me with what. And so that's building that academic team. And then finally, your transfer academic coaches. These are a great opportunity for you to meet other current transfer students who may have been in your shoes the year before or the year before that. They offer one-on-one guidance with like class selection, studying for school, studying skills, time management, stuff like that, maybe giving you the 411 on a certain class that you both may have already taken or will be taking in the fall. Another just great resource. Next slide, please. Thank you. Events and community building. Like I kind of mentioned, a great one is to just come by the Transfer Center if you're not sure what to do. First day of school, please do that. But also, there's other ways to get involved. You will be getting a ton of information today, so I totally understand if this goes, in one ear, out the other ear. Feel free to take a picture of this slide. This is a great one to have to refer back to later. Ways to get involved and how to get connected with us. Follow us on Instagram. Check out our website. My pride and joy is the Cal Poly Transfer Student Hub campus page. It's something that you will all be enrolled in probably around Saturday this week. It's just a digital platform that has a ton of resources, has a ton more information with, again, stuff you'll already probably be learning today, but just another way to have it tangibly, and kind of get you prepared for SLO Days Part 2 as well as starting classes. A few other opportunities to get involved as a transfer student. We run the Transfer Student Advisory Council. That'll be something you'll hear more about, I think in September. And then the Association for Transfer Student Club. Then we also have a few upcoming events. Next slide, please. Thank you. Save the date. Yep, there you go. Another great one to take a photo of. These are 3 big events that are coming up really quickly, as it's already the end of July. Number 1, Transfer Center Fall Kickoff. First week of school, that Wednesday, come by. We're going to have food, we're going to have friends, we're going to have vibes. Please come. Number 2, Transfer Career Readiness Day. This is going to be a huge event all day long, 10 to 4, as you can see there. We have a lot more information about this on our Instagram, so feel free to check that out. And then finally, the best one ever, National Transfer Student Week. We're going to talk to you about this all day, all night and day long. So I'll share way more about that later in the future. But again, take a picture of that slide. Great for future knowledge. Next slide, please. All right, Transfer Center space. I've talked about it. Now y'all get to see a little glimpse of it. What do we offer ourselves in addition to, vibes and people and stuff like that? We offer computers and printing. We have a study space with a window we're super proud of. We also have a microwave that students are able to use, fridge, store all your food and whatnot, coffee. We also have free snacks all year long, supplies, such as Scantrons and stuff like that. That way you don't have to go pay to buy those yourself. And then staff support. Like I mentioned earlier, our student assistants work behind the desks in there, and they're there to really answer any questions you might have, or kind of, just like I've said, point you in the right direction of what's next. Yes, next slide, please. Finally, another slide to take a photo of how to stay connected. We are located in Building 52, the Spire Building, Science Building. I know that probably doesn't mean a whole lot right now, but you will know it like the back of your hand at some point, I promise. That is our website. Again, follow us on Instagram. You can scan the little QR code thingy to find us. And then if you have any questions or you really want to get to know anything more about things that I might have started to say, or just anything else you learned and you're just really looking for somebody to get connected to, send us an email. I'll get back to you. Sarah will get back to you, or any of our student assistants will. And yeah, congratulations again, and thanks y'all for letting me chat with you for a few minutes. And then I'm gonna pass it back to Sarah.
Thank you, Allie. We have some great resources in the Transfer Center, and I know that when you get the chance to be able to meet and work with Allie, you will realize how much of an advocate she is for all of the transfer students on our campus. So it's a great place to build community and get connected to resources. So once again, welcome everyone. And then next, I'd like to introduce Tanner, your ASI president.
Hi, everyone. My name is Tanner Schinderly. I'm a fourth year political science major here at Cal Poly, originally from Sacramento, and I have the honor of serving as your ASI student body president. Before I share a few pieces of advice, I wanted to tell you a little bit about what ASI is. ASI stands for Associated Students Incorporated, and our organization is a student-led nonprofit that serves as the official voice for all Cal Poly students. Every year, we operate a nearly $20 million budget with the goal of making your college experience better. You can think of ASI as life outside of the classroom. We oversee many facilities here on campus, including the University Union, the Recreation Center, and sports complexes, to name a few. We provide funding for clubs and organizations, host events, including comedians like Sal Vulcano from Impractical Jokers, who came last year, musicians like Sway Lee and A Boogie, who have come before, and much more. We run the Children's Center here for students and faculty with dependents, host fitness classes, run all intramural sports, and host Poly Escapes, which takes students on different outdoor trips throughout the year. ASI also runs the Cal Poly Rose Float, which is the only student-built float every year in the Rose Parade in Pasadena, and every student has the ability to support the Rose Float every year. One thing you'll hear a lot at Cal Poly is our motto of learn by doing, and ASI is one of the best examples of what that means. We are a completely student-led organization, meaning that our board of directors and our student government serves as the corporate board and official voice of a nearly $20 million nonprofit. When I began writing this speech, I kept thinking of what I wish I would have been told 3 years ago when I came to SLO Days. And the first piece of advice I would tell you is to get involved. As cliche as it sounds, it's the truth. Freshman year, when I got here, I was scared to get involved. I didn't know what I wanted to do, and joining anything felt like a big commitment. But looking back, I wish I would have just done it. I remember walking into my first ASI meeting, not knowing anyone and really nervous to walk into the room. But that room was the reason I'm here today. My other piece of advice is to keep an open mind. College is one of the few times in your life you'll be surrounded by thousands of people who come from completely different backgrounds, have different interests, and want to try new things. So introduce yourself when you sit next to people in class, say yes when someone asks if you want to grab lunch, sign up for a random club, go to the beach at sunset with people you met last week, drive to In-N-Out in Arroyo Grande. Some of my favorite memories and closest friendships came from experiences I never planned for. But keeping an open mind only works if you're okay with being uncomfortable. Everyone arrives at Cal Poly feeling a little out of place. You'll walk into rooms where you don't know anyone. You'll sit down next to strangers. You'll introduce yourself over and over again. There will probably be a night in the first few weeks when you call home wondering if everyone else is having it easier than you. They're not, and they're wondering about the exact same thing. Before coming here, I thought learn by doing was just a slogan. At most places, students spend 4 years preparing to do things. At Cal Poly, students are actually doing them, and that requires being uncomfortable. Students here build the Rose Float. Students run and create businesses like Jamba Juice, Yerba Mate, and Giuseppe's, all of which were created by Cal Poly students as senior projects. Students here conduct research and lead organizations. None of these opportunities happen because someone feels completely ready. They happen because we're willing to try anyways. And the last thing I want to leave you with is this. I remember coming to SLO Days 3 years ago, thinking Cal Poly was not the place for me. This wasn't a school I had considered, and I didn't know if I could find my place here. Today, I have the privilege of serving as your student body president. Not because I had some perfect plan, but because I said yes to opportunities, got involved, met incredible people, and allowed myself with being okay, with being uncomfortable, and seeing just how special this place is. I don't know what your Cal Poly story is going to look like, and it won't look the same as everyone else. When you talk to Cal Poly students, each of us will tell you a different story we've had with Cal Poly, but all of us will tell you there is something unique and special about this place. So try new things, talk to new people, look at the over 400 clubs and organizations that exist on this campus. Go to events, be willing to learn, and be willing to be a part of a community. Cal Poly is so special because of our shared commitment and love for each other. If you see me around campus during the school year, feel free to say hi, ask me any questions. I'm here as a resource. If you would like, you can scan this QR code, which will take you to the ASI President Instagram page. It will allow you to stay up to date on all events and opportunities happening around campus so that you know what's going on and can get involved. Welcome to Cal Poly, and I'm now excited to introduce Emily from the Cal Poly orientation team.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Emily May, and I use the pronouns she, they, and I'm one of the program coordinators for New Student and Transition programs. One of my co-coordinators is Olivia Hayes. She was on one of the sessions yesterday, so she's super great. You'll see her around for a while and things like that. We also have our lovely graduate assistant team. We have Kelly, who's our graduate assistant for the program. She's currently in her master's program for higher education, counseling, and student affairs. Then we have our NODA summer internship, which stands for the National Orientation Directors Association. So every year we get an intern from a different part of the world in the US, and we show them what it's like at Cal Poly for a summer. So Shane is from Rutgers University in New Jersey, and he's here with us, and he returns back to New Jersey on August 1st. Next, we have Madison Rollins. She's a graduate assistant as well. She's been in the program for years and years and has lots of knowledge and experience here. So she's very invaluable to our team. I'm going to pause for a moment on this slide and just talk a little bit about the apps that we have that can make adjusting to campus a little bit easier. Hopefully you've downloaded the Cal Poly Orientation app. That is where you're going to navigate slow days. You'll find the schedule on there as well as for week of welcome. ASI Access, you're going to want to download this if you want to use the recreation center at all. This is how you use the QR code kind of to scan into the rec, so you need to have that. Cal Poly Now, if you have any events, clubs, activities, anything you're interested in on campus, you can look at the Cal Poly Now app. Something that's really nice about that app is it has all of the organizations across campus as well as different filters. So what you're interested in, or you can take a little quiz to see what might be the best fit for you. Go Poly is our athletics app. This is how you're going to be able to attend games and earn rewards. Weights is a real-time occupancy study space for our library. So let's say you want to go study at the library, but you're not sure how busy it is and you want to reserve a study room or something, you can check the Weights app. Food and well-being. This is a probably Grubhub is the most downloaded one, I will say. This is where you're gonna put in your campus dining orders to skip ahead of the line. You'll be waiting virtually rather than in person in line. As well as our WellTrack booth. So if you've ever been interested in nutrition or talking with a dietitian, you can use this platform as well as the services at Campus Health and Wellbeing. Um, Lastly, we have our safety and transportation, our Mustang shuttle. It's the free campus shuttle for weekday rides. It operates 7 days a week during the school year. It can take you from residence halls to main parts of campus, as well as parts of campus that are a little bit further from the main, such as the dairy and things like that. As well as we have the Mustang Safe app. It's for emergencies and non-emergent resources and safety notifications. And then our SLO Transit app. This is for the community itself. So as a student, you get to have access to free transportation around SLO. So if you download the SLO Transit app, that's where you're going to be able to get from campus to downtown and back to campus and different things like that. I would highly recommend downloading it. Students, if you could take a moment to scan this QR code. It takes about 2 to 3 minutes. It's completely anonymous. This is just to get a little bit of a I guess, picture of what our program does in aspects to creating sense of belonging. So please scan that. It's just going to ask you a couple of questions about your experience coming to Slow Days, and then it'll ask about your experience in a couple of weeks once you're done with WOW. Next, our orientation leadership team. I believe we have I can't remember if it's Diego or Alice, but one of them will be introducing orientation leadership team.
It is Diego. Hello. Hi, everybody. My name is Diego Puga Escobar. I'm excited to be able to introduce our team. Starting right off the bat, we have our training and programming team. We have Valerie and Marco. These two folks, these two individuals dedicated their time to not only train Slow Days leaders, but incoming WOW leaders as well for this incoming school year. Valerie is a fourth year computer science major, and Marco Macias is a third year business major. We can go on to the next slide. Right up here, we have our administration and logistics team, Alice Pitts and Carlos Orozco. These are best defined as the two little fairies that do those little mini tasks and complete most of the work that most of us aren't even aware of is work. They just kind of get it done and get it done quickly and efficiently. We have Alice Pitts, fourth year business administration, Carlos Orozco, third year architecture major. Go next. Now we have equity and belonging. This is myself, Diego Puga Escobar. I just recently graduated. And we have my amazing Nayeli Lopez. She is a incoming fourth year child development major with a minor in Spanish and ethnic studies. For the last couple months, Nayeli and I have dedicated our time to translating material for our Spanish speaking folks and supporters that were in need of that service for our in-person sessions. So we dedicated our time to really curating a track for our Spanish speaking supporters. So we'll go on to the next slide. Now we have transfers and supporters. What's up, supporters? And hello, transfers. I believe this is a transfer session. We have Rita Nora-Risk and Aiden Varga. Rita Nora-Risk just recently graduated, and now she is a part of the NODA program in the incoming fall. Aiden Varga, incoming fourth year civil engineering major. They've dedicated their time to kind of just curating a transfer and supporter track sessions for our supporters and our transfers. So shout out to them. Now we have our recruitment and engagement team here dedicating their time to all the fun stuff within our our sessions and all of our week of welcome stuff. We have Clara, third year economics major, Erica Calderon, she's a fourth year environmental management and protection major, and Samantha Reddington, third year history major. They dedicated their time to making sure our week of welcome week is so much fun. And that is all. Next up, we have Joy Peterson, our Office of Dean and Students. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Thank you so much. I am here to talk about student life essentials and all the things we think that you should know to be successful during your experience here at Cal Poly. I first wanted to share a little bit about myself. Um, I'm a associate vice president for student affairs, which might not mean a lot right now. So, to tell you a little bit about who I actually am, I'm a SLOcal, so I was born and raised here in San Luis Obispo. And I went away to a small private liberal arts college for my undergrad degree. And I did a lot of things that I really don't recommend. And I'm not actually talking about drugs and alcohol. I brought my car to campus. I had an off-campus job, and I came home almost every weekend. And when I wasn't coming home, I was visiting my friends at UCSB, which is where a lot of my friends from high school went to school. And I didn't play any sports. I didn't go to faculty office hours, and I didn't join any clubs. And when I graduated from that institution, I was extremely dissatisfied. I felt very disconnected. There would remember me or knew my name. And I certainly didn't want to go back, and I really didn't want to ever consider giving back. And shortly after I graduated, I came to Cal Poly and started working as a coordinator of a program. And I saw what Cal Poly was providing for students and what a college experience could be. And I saw students going to faculty office hours, getting mentorship, doing research, getting amazing jobs, making lifelong friends, joining clubs, participating in co-curricular activities. And they would come back to visit me year after year. They would give back to organizations that they were a part of. They really had life-changing experiences. And that's what I want for you. I want each of you to have the best possible experience you can while you're at Cal Poly. There are lots of ways to get involved. I'm going to share some of those with you today. And I also want to share a little anecdote to let you know that my door is always open to you as transfer students. I, as I mentioned, grew up here in San Luis Obispo. My dad worked at Cal Poly for 35, or at Cuesta College for 35 years. He was the chair of the biology department. And I grew up surrounded by community college students. I really saw the effort and the sacrifices that they made to pursue their education. And so I really have a special place in my heart for transfer students. And I want to also give a shout out to our Bachelor Pathway students at Cuesta and Allen Hancock. I'm really excited that you're here today to join us for orientation. And again, my door is open to you. If you're looking for an ally on campus, look me up. I'm happy to help you navigate. Again, I want everybody to have the best possible experience they can while they're here. I'm going to pause because I'm not seeing my slides, and I'm going to ask if those are
Joy,
available.
are you able to share your slides or do you want us to do it?
Oh, can you please share them? So I'll keep going. I mentioned that I'm part of Student Affairs, and the mission of Student Affairs is to promote student success throughout the Cal Poly experience. We provide learn by doing opportunities, delivering innovative student-centered programs, supporting personal growth, encouraging lifelong connections, and empowering all students within a safe, inclusive, and supportive environment. Ah, there they are. Okay, so I'll just take a second if you want to jot down my information. As I mentioned, my door's open to all of you. If you ever have a question while you're here at Cal Poly about navigating resources or you're struggling with a barrier, please let me know. The next slide is our Instagram. Please feel free to follow us. There's lots of resources and information, tips from the dean, and things that we believe would help you, again, navigate your Cal Poly experience. All right, so I was talking about this is Jason Mockford. He is not with us on the Zoom today, but he's also a friendly face in student affairs. Many of the programs that I'm going to talk about this morning fall under his supervision. And so if you have questions about anything that I share in terms of programs and opportunities, you can also reach out to Jason for more information. All right, so I was talking about the mission of Student Affairs and that we empower all students within a safe, inclusive, and supportive environment. And we offer very high quality support services, which I'm excited to share with you now. And next slide, please. I do want to mention that many of our students are involved in community service, student government, sports. They have jobs both on campus and off campus. They're involved in clubs and the fine arts, including theater, dance, and band. And if these are things that you were a part of before you got to Cal Poly, either at your community college or in high school or just outside of school, those are great places to start. So whatever you're passionate about, again, whether that's sports and athletics, music, leadership, or community service, be on the lookout for things that align with activities that you've already really found yourself enjoying prior to coming to Cal Poly. I'm going to talk about our programs around our 7 core values, and those are leadership, community, social justice, advocacy, and student success. So let's start with leadership. Approximately 20% of students are affiliated with fraternities and sororities. There are 37 different fraternities and sorority organizations on campus, each providing a unique experience while connecting students to a larger community network. Annually, our fraternities and sororities raise over $400,000 for philanthropic causes and engage in over 60,000 hours of volunteer community service. We also have a Center for Leadership, which is located in the heart of the University Union, and this program offers a leadership certificate for emerging leaders. It's a great way to learn about leadership opportunities and grow leadership skills, and students don't have to hold any official leadership positions to get involved. Next, I'm going to talk about community. On a campus with over 23,000 students, it's important for students to find a sense of community. And this is a place where you can let your hair down, you know that other people have your back. It's a community within a community. We have over 500 clubs and organizations where students can connect with other students who share the same interests. Last year, clubs hosted over 15,000 events and activities, which averages about 67 events per day. Among them, we have very strong club sports programs with 30 recognized teams. Our club sports compete nationally and rank extremely highly, including taking home 3 national titles last year. If we don't already have a club that you're interested in, you can help start one. Next, I'm going to talk about social justice. Social justice is really integrated into everything we do related to student life. There are some programs that provide specific opportunities for students to engage in social justice activities, like alternative breaks. Alternative Breaks is a program that was created by a passionate group of students over a decade ago, and every year it takes students around the world to do service during academic breaks. So again, for the Bachelor Pathway students, if you aren't on campus daily, this is maybe an opportunity that you might look into for one of the breaks. We take students to New Orleans every year, and then this summer we actually took students to South Africa, and we're planning several other international trips for next year. Next, I'm going to talk about advocacy. So we have a strong tradition of advocacy at Cal Poly. We have programs that provide professional advocacy, and we also have peer-to-peer advocacy. So the picture on the left is SAFER, and this is our SAFER space in the University Union. SAFER provides programs and services related to sexual assault recovery, advocacy, and prevention. And we have full-time professional SAFER advocates who are confidential and support survivors. And our SAFER office is one of the leading programs in violence prevention in the country. The other photo is our basic needs food distribution, which is happening on campus through student volunteers. And we have a food pantry located in the health center where you can also talk to peer-to-peer advocates about food and housing insecurity. And then finally, we're going to talk about student success. And student success is our entire reason for being here. We all want to see students thriving and succeeding at Cal Poly and beyond. All our programs and services are geared towards your success. I do want to call out the Center for Military Connected Students. So if you're a veteran or a dependent of veterans, please take a minute to look into our services provided by the Center for Military Connected Students. We have an amazing crew of staff ready to help you with resources, guides, and answering whatever questions you might have. They also have a wealth of information on their website. And the other program I want to call out is the Disability Resource Center. The DRC has access specialists who help registered students with various accommodations for them to be academically and personally successful. So as you can see, we have a lot of ways for you to get involved. There are lots of programs and services as well as people who are here to support you. And research shows that students who are engaged have greater rates of satisfaction, success, and graduation. As I mentioned, our programs are award-winning, but most importantly, we're here to help connect you and foster a sense of belonging while you're here at Cal Poly. We aim to help you achieve your goals, grow, and thrive while you're here. Next slide, please. Every student who's been admitted to Cal Poly has a potential to succeed, and there are lots of people here to support you. So, above all, I want you to know that we are here for you. At times, you might experience extenuating circumstances that impact your ability to be academically successful, and you might need some additional support to navigate the fast-paced learning environment at Cal Poly. If you find yourself struggling, you're not sure where to ask for help, or you're feeling isolated, please reach out to me either personally or the Office of the Dean of Students. There's lots of us here to support you. All right, so we're getting towards the end of my time with you, and I wanted to share just another resource that can help you get connected to events. Cal Poly Now has lots of different opportunities. As I mentioned, we have over 500 clubs, as well as university-sponsored events that are listed on Cal Poly Now. We also have a filter to find the free food on campus. So if an event has free food, you can filter and search and be able to identify those really easily. This is so important. If you just take a minute today to check out now.calpoly.edu, you'll see just how many opportunities we have available. Next slide. All right, so in conclusion, we don't have, I don't think, time for questions today, but I want to encourage you to lean in, ask questions, be curious. If you are wondering about something, we are here to support you and help guide and help you navigate Cal Poly. So please do not hesitate to reach out. And like I said, ask me any questions that you have, or Slow Days staff. It's really important that you have the information you need. And so in parting, I want to just leave you with this encouragement to lean in and don't be afraid to ask for questions or to ask for help. I can't wait to see you in person in the fall. I know it's challenging to connect via Zoom sometimes, but we are so excited to welcome you to Cal Poly.
Thanks, Joy. I was going to say, if anyone does have any questions, they can put them in the Q&A section right now, and we can answer some of those. Joy, I was going to ask you specifically key resources for our transfer students, because there might be some things that are more applicable within the Dean of Students realm that support transfer students in some of our first year. Can you just maybe highlight some of those resources?
Absolutely. Thank you for that question. So in the Office of the Dean of Students, we have the Students with Dependents program, which is for parenting students. Courtney Moore is our SWD coordinator. She does an amazing job planning events, connecting folks with resources. She's got diapers. She's got connections to the food pantry. She's the one during commencement who will help you get a little cap and gown for your dependents so that they can walk across the stage with you. So that's one program that might be of interest specifically to some of you in this group. We also have a up and coming program called Project Rebound that's for formerly incarcerated folks, and we are hiring a coordinator for that position right now. If you know of anybody or you want to get connected, please let us know. We're excited to be offering that. We're the last CSU in the system to have a Project Rebound program, and we just are really excited to finally be launching that. We also have a Guardian Scholars program. So if you were a current or former foster youth, please, if you haven't already connected with our Guardian Scholars program, get in touch with us, because there's a center on campus. There's lots of resources, and we're a welcoming space again for current and former foster youth. We also have the Cal Poly Cares Emergency Grant for students who are experiencing unexpected financial emergencies. We can help cover car repairs, medical expenses, and other unforeseen expenses which might impact your ability to continue at Cal Poly. So that's a Cal Poly Cares Emergency Grant. We also have an off-campus housing coordinator who can help students identify and apply for off-campus housing. I know that that can be challenging in the San Luis Obispo area. And we also support students in northern Santa Barbara County. So you could check out our off-campus housing program. I already mentioned our Center for Military Connected Students. And then finally, we have a program called Rapid Rehousing, which helps students with ongoing housing insecurity and can provide smaller but more ongoing support for housing for students that qualify.
Thanks, Joy. My last question was, um, what is maybe one piece of advice for new students coming in to be successful? And also, transfers tend to have just a shorter time at Cal Poly than maybe a traditional 4 year, but maybe they'll be here for 3 or 4 years. So, any key pieces of advice or whereas you've seen students be really successful, especially in that transfer role?
Yes, I'm glad you asked. My advice for all students is you're going to get out of it what you put into it. I think for transfers, as you mentioned, the time that they might be on campus might be shorter, and so I really feel like for transfers, it is important to get out there and get connected as soon as possible. The other thing I really want to let students know, and I don't know if this is because of social media or if it's just human nature, but there's a tendency to feel like other people are connecting and having great experiences and meeting their lifelong friends. Right away. And in my experience, it takes about a year to transition to Cal Poly and really feel like you know what's going on, where things are, who people are, how to navigate, and to really find your community. So I talk a lot to WOW leaders who are coming back for their second year, and that's when a lot of students share that they finally have kind of figured it out. Um, During that first year, I think a lot of folks are questioning, you know, am I fitting in? Am I meeting people quickly enough? And that's totally normal. I hear so many people, so many students making those comments and asking those questions that I only have come to further believe that that is a normal developmental question. And if you feel that way, um, you know, don't be discouraged because pretty much everybody else is feeling that way too. But again, you're going to get out of it what you put into it. So do go to faculty office hours, go to the transfer center, introduce yourself to people, you know, maybe get an on-campus job. Um, I know that transfer students often have a lot of other commitments and life outside of Cal Poly, and I think that that's you know very real and acknowledge that. But to the best of your ability, where you can get things to align, like if you have to work, you know, can you work on campus? That would be my advice.
That's great, Joy. You had a kind of a nice plug for our Week of Welcome leaders as well. So transfers we're excited to see you at Week of Welcome. One thing we are always striving for is to increase our Week of Welcome transfer leaders who are actually transfer students. And again, it's a lot of times is we recruit kind of in your first year, and by the second year, you're probably getting ready to be done with Cal Poly. So, if you are interested in becoming a Week of Welcome leader, we would love to have you consider. Our applications will kind of open over the winter break time, and it's a great way to stay connected and give back to the Cal Poly community and connect and pay it forward to our incoming class of transfers next year. So we work closely with Sarah and Allie and doing a lot of outreach through the transfer center because the transfer students are such an important part of our population, but they don't always have the same opportunity or the same time available to support like an orientation model that we host here. But we're going to put that little plug in right now. With that, Joy, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate you being here. I'm going to invite our student leader, Diego, to come up to do our transition into, I think, a mini break.
Hello. Sorry, I didn't catch that last part. We're going into a break.
We are going to do a break until 10:10.
Check that out. We're doing a little break until 10:10, so 9 little minutes. Use the restroom, get some water, maybe a snack, some breakfast. But we'll be right back in about 9 minutes. Hello, everybody. We are now going to be starting up again. Screen is no longer being shared, but I'd like to introduce Paul for our next presentation. Hello, Paul. If you'd like to share your screen, pass the mic on to you.
All right. Good morning, everybody. And if you want to turn my camera on, I think I don't know if I can do it on this end. There we go. All right, great. Thank you very much. Oop. All right, we'll get started with the public safety portion. So I'm Lieutenant Ewell, Lieutenant of Patrol Operations here at Cal Poly. Just wanted to give you guys a quick introduction and a briefing as to how we operate and how we can work together to stay safe here on campus. Try to there we go. Okay, so safety comes in many forms. We collaborate with our partners with the SLO City, SLO County, to keep us safe here on campus and stay better informed. So 4 departments essentially make up our public safety area here. We provide our important parking and commuting options, our community policing services, emergency management should the need arise, and our fiscal responsibilities. We'll start with the police department. What are the important things? What do we need to know? We are a fully accredited, post-accredited police department. We are some campuses you may run across maybe have more of a security guard function, but that's not us here at Cal Poly. So we are a full function police department. We have low incidence of violent crime, but we do have high incidence of property crime like theft and all that. So we have our own 911 dispatch center here on campus. So if you're on campus and you have the occasion to text or dial 911, it will ring here on campus. And our officers are very familiar with the campus and they speak your language. So if you say you're next to a certain building, a certain location on campus, we will be able to find you in a very short amount of time. We do provide a lot of event support for large events, graduation, Cal Poly Rodeo, things of that nature. We do our best to, when we have recovered stolen property or found property, to get that back to the owner. So we would encourage you to do property registration. It's free, and I'll tell you how to do that here in just a little bit. And we're responsible for all criminal investigations here on campus, and making reports to Title IX and clearly reporting events and the like. Some of the services we provide here, I just mentioned property registration. You can do that in person at the police department, or you could use the Cal Poly app, which I'll talk about here shortly. Our community service officers, also called the Mustang Patrol, are students here on campus who work in alliance with us, and they will provide services like should you need an escort home or need directions in and around campus, or any other ways that they can maybe assist you. They will be wearing those yellow shirts and be out and about. Another option to get a hold of the police department or summon help in an emergency are the blue phones, which are located around campus. So there'll be those large blue painted poles or a blue phone box attached to the side of buildings, and they'll be visible with a blue light on top. Okay, the Mustang Safe app. This is a very, very useful tool for you here, especially as a first-year student. A lot of information contained on here. The red bar at the top has a contact Cal Poly Police Department feature on there, so you can do that, and it'll put you in contact with our dispatch center. If you had an environmental health or safety concern, you can use that yellow bar, push that, and it'll start your inquiry over there. You can request a Mustang patrol to meet you at a certain location. You can do this as a register your property feature. Any serialized piece of property that you might have, cell phone, laptops, important hard drives, anything like that, you can register on there. Should it be lost or stolen, we would already have a record of it. So it's very helpful for us in case that occurs. Through our emergency management department, we've posted our emergency plans on there. So should there be a natural disaster in or around nearby campus, you could look those up and see what our response plans would be in that event. The mobile blue light would be if you're not near one of those phones, but you still have signal, you could press that and we would get an officer to your location as soon as possible. Virtual walk home and a friend walk are kind of a similar feature that is on this app. Virtual walk home, you would press that. We'll put you in contact with our dispatch center and you say, I'm leaving from point A, I'm going to point B, and they can actually follow you as you're in your device as you make your way to your next location. So it's just a way to check in with somebody and to check in saying that I got there. If you wanted to do the same thing, but do it with a friend, you can do a friend walk and link yourself up with one of your friends and they can monitor your progress just to make sure that you got to your locations safely. And other support resources, you set your preferences and all that are also available on here. So as a first year student, one of the most helpful features on here is campus maps. So if you click on that, it'll give you an overhead map of the campus and the surrounding areas. So if you're getting a little bit turned around, need to locate a specific building number, definitely use campus maps. Very helpful. We'll talk scooters, which we refer to as micro-mobility right now. As of now, they're not allowed on campus. That goes the same for skateboards, electric skateboards, one wheel, similar transportation platforms. The reason is it's become a very pertinent safety matter because nobody's really riding these things reasonably, and it's been a source of several accidents and injuries amongst the student body. So we're working with ASI student groups to maybe come up with a plan where we can maybe integrate these. But as of right now, they're not allowed on campus. So you can use them off campus in the surrounding areas, but as for right now, riding them on campus is not allowed. Right, alcohol and drugs. There's probably not a campus in the nation that doesn't deal with this issue. Our best advice for you is to make smart choices and use the buddy system, please. I think in years past, maybe students didn't have to deal with things available to them, such as fentanyl, or they could be mixed in with the drugs that you're choosing to be around, and you can go from 0 to medical emergency in just a matter of minutes. So please, 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 if you're going to consume drugs or alcohols, please don't do it alone. Have a safe plan to get home and have sober drivers. There are good Samaritan laws in place in the state of California, and essentially those protect the caller. If you're in a location where maybe some illegal substances are being used, somebody is experiencing a medical emergency, you can call 911 and you would have some limited protection and not get prosecuted for those other crimes. So we would much rather have somebody call for help to save a life than we would be writing a low-grade ticket to somebody. So please, by all means, if you need us, if somebody needs help, call for help. Okay, a big subject on campus is parking. So what are the basics? What do I need to know? The basics are we have more students and we have parking spaces. This is the reality of parking here on campus. So that leads to things like first-year students not allowed to bring vehicles or have parking permits without some sort of exemption. So parking here is run under Transportation and Parking Services. We read it as TAPS. So if you hear that acronym around here, that's what we're talking about. They're a self-funded self-entity. So in the case that they do have to, they write a citation, those things are not used to pay people salaries or anything, but those funds are rolled back into student services. So I know the Mustang Shuttle, which you're seeing a picture here, is large in part funded by citation things. So in the case that we do have to write a citation, we roll that money back into something that supports the campus and the community here. Mustang Express is and Mustang Shuttle, definitely good resources for you to have here. Mustang Express, Mustang Shuttle transportation services provided to students free of charge, and they have a regular route that they run all around campus from early in the morning. I believe hours are up until midnight to help you access different places around the campus and around the surrounding community. Bicycles and bike lockers, we have thousands of bike slots of bike racks. Bike lockers are available also in case you want to lock that up in a little bit more enclosed area. SLO transit, which our city partners will be covering here shortly, and Regional Transit Authority. We pay so that students can ride their bus system for free. So with your Cal Poly ID, all that is available to you at no cost. So if you're a licensed driver and you don't have access to a car because you can't bring a car on campus, we do have zip cars on campus at any spot, at several spots around campus where you can do short-term rentals of vehicles. As long as you're a licensed driver with insurance, you set up your account through the Zipcar app, and you can rent these cars to access the community, go to the beach, do any sort of recreational, explore your new surroundings here. It's a really good program. It's working very nice for us here. And Amtrak you do have access to Amtrak through a stop here on campus. So if you're on break and you're looking to travel home and want to use Amtrak services, we can get you set up here on campus. They believe the drop-off is right in front of Performing Arts Center. Emergency Management Department, part of our setup here. Pretty much the big thing you need to know about emergency management is the poly alerts. So students will already be signed up for poly alerts, but you can include your support system or your parents. They can also sign up for poly alerts. In the event that there's some sort of situation happening in or around campus, that's how we would have our first level of notification about what's going on, where to go to stay safe, and if there would be any evacuations. So, nice part about this is if your parents or support system beyond campus is also registered in there, they would also know immediately, and they could check in on you just to make sure you're safe. This is an important slide right here. Obviously, in an emergency, 911 is the standard number that you can call. We have text to 911 enabled, so if you can't speak, but you still need to get a hold of 911, text when you can't. The non-emergency line from the police department is 805-756-2281. And so that would be for a non-emergency situation. So maybe you experience the incident of theft, you need to report something to the police, ask a question. You could call that. It still rings in our dispatch center. It's just not the main priority line. And right below that is the public safety email for anything else. And that basically brings me to the end here. And I think up next, we should have San Luis Obispo City telling you a little bit more about their transportation and emergency services.
Good afternoon, or good morning, everybody. My name is Joe Little. I'm the emergency manager for the city of San Luis Obispo. I am filling in today for Christine Wallace from San Luis Obispo Police Department. She is unable to be here, so it's going to be me, so bear with as I navigate her PowerPoint. So San Luis Obispo Police Department provides off-campus law enforcement to San Luis Obispo City. We work closely with San Luis Obispo Police Department with Cal Poly PD and the SLO City Fire, where I work. Number one message Christine has for everybody is lock up your stuff. We have lots of property crime involving items left in vehicles, like laptops, backpacks, and someone's little puppy dog. So please keep those things secure and safe. If you have a bike lock and you're going to be riding around town, locking it up and securing it on one of our mini bike racks, please toss your cable lock and use that big old chunky U-lock right there. Um, our crooks have the ability to cut through cables quickly, and we want to be able to make sure that things stay secure. So invest in one of those U-locks. You'll be happy you did. But the overall message here is really keep your stuff out of sight. If you have something in a vehicle, keep that thing out of sight and the vehicle secured, especially if you're at trailheads, if you're parked in residential neighborhoods, just keep it out of sight. Off-campus parking. So residential parking districts are all around the university. Um, Permits required in the districts, and you get two per property. So make sure you make contact with your property management, and you get your appropriate parking permits. Vehicles cannot be parked for more than 72 hours, or they will get towed at the owner's expense. This stuff is heavily enforced in the neighborhoods, so please, please, please get your permit dialed in. Personal safety, we encourage everyone to use the buddy system if you're going to be out and about downtown late at night, hiking anywhere. You're with someone else. Make sure you have the rideshare apps on your phone. When you do call for rideshare, make sure you match up your driver with the vehicle that shows up. Do not just get into any old car that has a rideshare sign and hope it works for the best. Make sure you've got everything verified, you're in the right car. But be aware of your surroundings at all times, and keep your phone charged, because that's how we are able to find you. And if your friends need to be able to find you, you got to have a charge on your phone. City regulations that are kind of become the friction point between some of our student population and the city is noise, under the gatherings, public urination, and open containers. Don't do it. Do your best to keep the noise down, and you'll be happy you did. But fines range from $350 to $1,000, so please, avoid that stuff. And fines do double for safety enhancement zones, and that's around the start of school, Halloween, and St. Patrick's Day. So fines double. So that'd be $700 to $1,000. So just during that time of year, head down, focus on studies. State laws that get people busted, minor possession of alcohols, MIPs, man, we got to watch out for that. That can affect your license. It can affect a bunch of stuff. Having fake IDs. The bars around here and other places are heavily regulated by the Alcoholic Beverage Control, and they do strict enforcement of fake IDs. They will take it from you, and if they feel necessary, they will also report you to the police. So please don't do that. Being drunk in public, it's not a good look. Don't do that. If you need to get home, get home. Be drunk inside your house. DUI. This is what we typically see with alcohol, weed, and other drugs. Just because weed's legal, you can't drink and drive on it. But a misdemeanor arrest equals permanent record and a loss of your license and jail time. So please don't do it. Have a buddy with you, as stated before, when you're out partying. Make sure everyone gets home safe. Accountability and consequences. So our departments report that to Cal Poly Department of Student Affairs. So if you're out in the city of SLO and you have some kind of incident, arrest or citation, it's going to be reported to Cal Poly. And you don't want to deal with that. Avoid all that at all costs. But just keep in mind that your actions off campus can affect you on campus. And make good choices. Not everyone parties, and that's okay. But for those that do, we're going to party smart. And when you need help, ask for it. We got to help each other out. We're not going to leave anybody behind. We're going to make sure we're all safe and healthy. And if we are in medical distress, you're going to call 911. But you can visit respectslo.com, learn more about that, and avoid the party regret. San Luis Obispo Fire Department, where I work, but we are the on and off campus fire and emergency medical services. So we provide fire protection and medical response on campus as well as off. We have 4 stations located in San Luis Obispo. The nearest one is Station 2 over at Foothill and Norchoro. Open space. This is a big one that gets people kind of in some a bind sometimes. We have beautiful 50 plus miles of hiking and mountain biking trails in San Luis Obispo. Always use the buddy system. Stay on trail. Do not go off trail. Right now it's snake season, so we don't want anybody off trail, and it's bad for the environment. We're going to take plenty of water when we go, and a charged mobile phone. If you get to hiking and you only got 5%, go charge that thing. Do not leave any valuables in your vehicle at trailheads. Like I said before, a couple of our trailheads are right near the 101, and people dip in and dip out, and they're gonna bust your window and take your stuff. But just leave the stuff at home, or keep it secured in a trunk, out of sight. And if you see any animals, don't mess with them. It's not worth it. Also, you see that top right picture, that is poison oak, and that is a good way to ruin about a week of your life. Fire safety SLO is surrounded by 4,000 acres of designated open space. There is never any fireworks allowed in San Luis Obispo or open space. We're going to put all of our cigarettes out completely. I'm going to be extra cautious with candles. It's a good cause of house fires. Is candles. Just if you don't need them, don't have them. But if you see or smell smoke, call 911 immediately. It doesn't matter where you are, whether you're on campus or off. If you see or smell smoke and you're worried about it, give us a call. If you're gonna do one thing today, hit this QR code real quick. This is called Alert SLO. The county of San Luis Obispo has developed this alerting program. It's how we're gonna help you evacuate or keep you alerted to emergencies in your neighborhoods. If you see the map on the right, San Luis Obispo is divided up into 33 evacuation zones. Um, if you get a warning that there's an evacuation in your zone, you need to pay attention to this. But please sign up for Alert SLO. You'll be able to come back and it'll confirm it through your email address, and you can put in what areas you're going to be living in and want alerts for. This is an opt-in. You will not get this one automatically. So this gives us more options to give you information, many more characters, so we can give better directions. But pay attention to where that's at. Also, peek on the map here. There's also available online at the City of SLO's website, slocity.org, and just search evacuation maps. You'll be able to find this map and tell you which zone you live in. But learn your zone. It's know your zone, and have Alert SLO set up. Trails and bikes. Please respect the railroad crossing. Even if you don't see a train, you don't see anything, keep paying attention there. Don't, if the arm's down, don't go. Just wait. Don't be in a hurry. Enjoy the slow life. Extend your life. Make sure you're watching those railroad crossings. But bike lights are required at night. You'll get stopped if you don't got one. Make sure that thing's functional. White on the front, red on the black, or red on the back, and we're gonna have that thing flashing. Wear helmets when you can. They do save lives. We have quite a bit of bike accidents throughout the year, and we see helmet saves all the time. The city has invested tons of money in bike lanes. So please use them. Stay on the green bike lanes or in the posted bike lanes. If you have to share a lane with a vehicle, be aware that you're out in the lane of traffic. But definitely head on a swivel every time we're out there. But use those bike lanes. San Luis Obispo Mobility Service, as mentioned before, you have free access with your ID for the SLO transit. I don't believe RTA does that. That's a county transit, but SLO city in the city, you can ride for free. But we have tons of bike areas and all kinds of good stuff. But we have downtown parking available as well in our parking garages, and there's some street parking as well. But fill up those parking garages. We just built a new one down on all the way down on Pomo Street at Higuera, or excuse me, at Monterey. So go take advantage of that kind of stuff. Spend the day downtown. Go for a walk downtown. Enjoy yourselves. Oops. Again, SLO transit. You ride free with your Cal Poly card. If you use the QR codes here, you'll be able to see in real time where your buses are. You'll be able to see where you're at your stop, what the schedule is. It's a great service for students. Please take advantage of it. You can avoid having to pay parking stuff. You can kind of hop on and hop off as needed. But yeah, use those two QR codes. Or if you can't do it, it's just go to the city's website and search that. But definitely take advantage of this stuff. Poly's paying some good money for this. Make sure we're using it. Bike racks on the buses. Bikes 55 pounds and under can be secured on the front of the bus. E-bikes under 55 pounds must get weighed and certified at the Bike SLO office, and that's at 860 Pacific. So if you have an e-bike, go over there and get it weighed so you can put it on there. I think folks are trying to bring in kind of the bigger ones, and that wasn't working out for the racks, just messing them up. So we want to make sure that thing's certified. You get a little sticker, you get some permission from those folks, and you'll be able to ride around all day long with your e-bike on the front of a huge bus. Again, bike lanes. We spent tons of money on this to protect you guys. Please use them. So if you see these bike lanes with this green, black, if you see the white markings, it's great. On the left photo here, you see a protected bike lane. We've actually taken a lane of traffic and turned it into a safe bike lane for folks. And on the right is the green area for bikes. Use that when you're at intersections. It keeps you safe in that box. Everyone's kind of looking out for you. They know where you're at. Those are designed to be in perfect visibility for everybody. But again, be careful out there, head in a swivel, use the bike lanes. Downtown parking, we have paid parking downtown. It's pay by phone is the app. Again, you can search that on your phones, but if you want to set that up and you can park downtown, we have several different parking areas. We have 3 different parking garages, one on Palm Street, one on Marsh Street, and the new one at the end of Monterey at Napomo. Take advantage of those things. Go walk around. The rates are pretty low. The app works great. I use it all the time. It makes it real simple. Sends you alarms when it's going to expire too. So good deal. You take advantage of this stuff. Go downtown and shop. Have lunch. If you need anything, call 911 here in SLO. Text if you can't. We can't take pictures on our text, but we can get the text message itself. Every department in SLO County has the ability to receive texts. So wherever you're at, you're okay. Our off-campus non-emergency line for the police department is 805-781-7312. We have socials. We do push a lot of information out on police and fire. I think Transit does a little bit, but SLO PD and SLO City Fire we're always putting out content on there, keeping people informed what's going on. So follow us, enjoy the ride. Welcome to San Luis Obispo and Cal Poly, and that's it. Concludes my portion of the presentation.
All right. Thank you very much for all that great info. Looks like there's quite a few questions in our Q&A. We'll still continue to monitor that, get back to you. A lot of our current students are great sources of information to answer these because they have lived many of these things regarding parking permits and the right bike locks, etc. Okay, with that, we are going to roll into our next presentation. We have Matthew here, excuse me, from the Dean of Students, who's going to be talking about off-campus housing. And Matthew, are you able to share your screen? Yes, he is. All right.
Good morning.
Thank you.
Yes, I am. Awesome. Great. Can you still see my screen?
What was that?
Can you still see my screen?
Yes, we are good to go.
Awesome. Thanks, y'all. Really appreciate the time, space, and invitation to present to you this morning. Happy SLO days. My name is Matthew Armas. My pronouns are he, him, and his, and I serve as the director of our care team within the Office of the Dean of Students. I'm really excited to present to y'all today on our off-campus housing program, which is one of the areas within the Office of the Dean of Students. And generally, what we do is help provide support to Cal Poly students as they're navigating off-campus housing market in San Luis Obispo County. This is a particular area of interest to me, as this was actually one of the first roles I held within the Office of Dean of Students and at Cal Poly almost 10 years ago. So I served as the coordinator for off-campus programs. And so with that, I'm really excited to return back into this space and share some of this information with y'all. A couple of things I wanted to point out around our office and our process is just understanding the process. We have four main pillars or areas that we hope students navigate and oversee as they're looking at joining our community, both locally and may not be as familiar with the surrounding off-campus housing market, and just generally trying to understand what their rights are, kind of how the search process looks like. This may be the first time that you're living on your own. And so we're helping ease that transition to this new stage. So with that, you can see some of our four areas are our Educated Renter Certificate program, which is kind of our hallmark, staple, foundational program that I'll dive into here in just a moment. And that's really supplemented by some of these three other programs. One being your off-campus housing adventure beginning, so unlocking your housing path, roommate relationship workshop, so navigating any discomfort or maybe you're working or living with someone that just has a different style. You know, you may be a morning person, they may be kind of a night owl, and just how do you manage that conflict and come to kind of a resolution so that you can still be successful on your academics. And then a big interest of our students has been their tenant rights. So knowing how are you informed as a renter, being backed by legal resources so that you're well equipped to go into discussions and spaces with any potential or prospective landlords or property management companies. Our team has done a really fantastic job over the last several years in developing these resources, these programs and partnerships with a variety of folks on campus, with specifically our university housing team, local community members, property management companies, and of course, listening and learning from our student voices and their experiences and perspectives. The first program I'm really excited to talk about is what's called the Educated Renter Certificate Program. You can see there's a QR code on the bottom right to learn a little bit more. But really what this is a free asynchronous Canvas course that any student can enroll in using their Cal Poly credentials. And what this will do is will walk you through the renting process. So before renting, knowing where and how to search for an ideal housing complex, whether that's an apartment, whether that's subleasing, finding a house, whatever works for your particular situation. Looking out for potential scams that we've seen pop up over recent years. What to know about a lease as you're reading through that document, terminology, how to understand it and make sure that you're well informed before you sign. Unlawful discrimination practices and how to avoid them and your rights. And if you're in search of a roommate, how do you begin that search? What are these communities that you can tap into? As you're renting and you've identified a spot that you're comfortable with, moving in, how do you pay rents? Who do you reach out to for maintenance? What's your responsibility? What are your tenant rights? And generally, because we have a very close community with San Luis Obispo and the university, we want to ensure that we're always promoting neighborhood wellness, are aware of noise, and then just making sure that y'all are aware of various crimes or when to report that to local law enforcement. After your lease has ended, what does move-out process look like? What do timelines look like to return your deposit? And then how do you build rental history so that you may move into a separate place in the future? And then general community resources that you may be aware of as you're looking to live in our community. So really, this is a hub of information for folks. It's a centralized location. Again, it's free access through your Cal Poly portal. And the great thing about this program is it doesn't take a lot of time to go through, probably 2 hours to really dive into the material. But at the end of this program, you will earn what we call our Educator Renter Certificate. And so this is a certificate and a PDF that you can take with you as you're on your search process and include this with your application. And we've done a really good job of communicating with our local property management companies, which is a kind of a common area that students submit applications to. And this gives them a potential boost in that application process. We know that housing can be really impacted locally. And so anything that you can do to set yourself apart from other students that may be interested in, and also making sure that you're well informed on various processes, rights, and responsibilities. So that's been a really exciting partnership that we've developed and cultivated over the last couple of years. Some of our educational workshops that supplement that Educator Register Certificate program is the off-campus housing adventure begins, unlocking your housing path. So really, this is learning about the search process, local rental markets, timelines, and those responsibilities and rights as a tenant. And again, how to be a more competitive applicant. So how do you maybe add a personal statement about your interests, kind of set yourself apart from what may be a large batch or a large interest for a particular company. We have one-on-one support. So if you're maybe just kind of stuck in your search, or there's unique circumstances that you're navigating, or accommodations that you need, we can help meet with you on a one-on-one basis to learn a little bit more about what you're looking for, how we can help support, and maybe provide some insight into kind of lessons learned from some prior students. We will be having some drop-in hours offered throughout the academic year. We know usually our timing is students look during fall for their upcoming year and really try to identify a new space early January. And so we'll be offering these times to pop in, ask a question without kind of having to schedule that more detailed time. Tenant rights, again, this has been a really increase in interest over the last couple of years. We want to make sure that you are well equipped with all your rights and responsibilities, what may be asked of you by your landlord, and also when you can reach out to your landlord or maintenance staff. We understand that every journey to housing is unique, so we really try to make ourselves as available as possible. And these are kind of separate breakout groups. So the Educator Register Certificate program is a great starting place. But if you want to jump in for a little bit more of a tailored seminar, we will be offering these throughout the academic year. We will also be doing a housing fair later in fall semester for folks to come out, learn a little bit more about some local property management companies that will be recruiting to booth on campus, so you can really make yourself stand out early in the application process. And then all these resources are really in our centralized website, which is offered through the Office of the Dean of Students. That QR code will take you directly to a kind of one-stop shop of all the resources I've listed, in addition to several others that we've started to compile over the years. So that will include our Educator Register Certificate program, search resources, so kind of a starting place for a list of apartment complexes and property managers. And what we've built out over the last 2 years is creating this off-campus housing marketplace. And this essentially operates like a Facebook group or like a Craigslist search hub. And so folks that have maybe a room available, an apartment, a house, can go on there, post, and it's a really interactive way to start kind of through the Cal Poly network and identifying a spot if that's where you are in your search. We have information there on tenant rights and responsibilities through the California state resources, general local community resources that may be available. And then we also have some supplemental handouts. So whether that's budgeting worksheets, again, if you're maybe living on your own for the first time, creating a roommate or housemate living agreement, rental unit condition checklist, so something that you have for yourself as you're moving into a space, kind of a starting point to check the water heater, fire extinguisher, smoke detectors. And then just some basic FAQs of when you're looking at prospective spaces. What do you ask for? What do you look for as you're doing some of those walkthroughs? It's a really great starting place, but we also know that it's not fully comprehensive and there may be unique circumstances. So I want to really make sure that you stay connected with our team. We will be more than happy to meet with you, learn a little bit about where you are in your journey, We'll also be posting some additional social media information on our Instagram page. And then when in doubt, please don't hesitate to shoot us an email or come into our office. We are located in Building 81, which is right next to the Santa Lucia Red Brick and our North Mountain Community Center. Otherwise, I'm really excited to welcome you all to the Cal Poly community. Please don't hesitate to reach out to us. Enjoy the rest of your slow days, and I really appreciate the time, opportunity, and space this morning.
Thank you, Matthew. I'm just checking to see what's going on in our Q&A, see if there's anything that's coming up there. I'm sure housing is one of those key areas for any incoming student, whether they're on campus, but we know our transfers typically live off campus. Some are already in our community, whether they're at like Cuesta College and just, making a different commute. Others are going to be moving from outside of the area, Bay Area, LA, out of state. So I know there's a lot of factors that go into that. Are there any key questions that you tend to see come through a lot? Is it mostly like, where do I even start the search for housing? What do you typically see for off-campus requests?
Yeah, that's a great question, Dale. So usually it's where do I start that search? What are the kind of the hotspots of local communities? What's close to Cal Poly? What's easily accessible? Maybe I don't have a vehicle, and so trying to find something that's within the slow bus route that has a stop nearby. Another big question that we usually get is when do I start that search? And it tends to be earlier than folks may think. So for the next academic year, we really want folks to start thinking about what they're interested in now and near the end of fall, and then really hit the ground running and be set up for success when they return from winter break in January. A lot of folks are signing leases for the upcoming year in March, generally speaking. So we want to make sure that folks are not missing out on any opportunities that they may have for the upcoming year. Or if they're doing an international program, maybe study abroad, how do we work with them to ensure that they can sublease or finding alternative spaces when they come back mid-year potentially? So all really great questions and happy to connect if folks have one-on-one
Yeah.
questions.
And I've heard that the process too is like you really want to start in the fall thinking about the next year. Here we are again, our first years typically don't have to deal with this because they have on-campus living unless there's an exemption. But for our transfers, right, they've already been maybe in another community earlier this year. What we're in July. What does a student do if it's July currently and they're still looking for housing for the fall term?
Well, you're in luck. We do have a couple of local property management companies that have reached out and expressed that they do have plenty of availability, and we can definitely get you connected with that. Please, if that is a situation you find yourself in currently, reach out to our team at off-campus programs at calpoly.edu. We're happy to connect and facilitate that so you have a safe and comfortable place to live.
Yeah. And then I know may not be in your realm, but like parking and commuting. Are we really thinking students they need to sign up and I think it's like a lottery system for the parking? And mostly they're going to be over in the H lots. And I know there's some construction, so I'm not sure what that availability looks like this year.
Yes, definitely that's a great consideration to keep in mind with parallel timelines. There is that lottery system working through parking and transportation services. Definitely reach out to our team if you find yourself needing some of that parking or accessibility concerns. We can definitely make sure that our team connects you with the DRC as appropriate.
Great. I'm not seeing any other questions in the chat at this time, but thank you for that. This is, I think, one of the first times. Oh, one of the questions, how do I sign up for the lottery system? They're probably going to need to go through parking and transportation.
Yes, transportation parking services, TAPS.
TAPS. But I know this is one of the first times we've done this type of, I know the program department is pretty new, and this is the first time we've done this presentation to our transfer students, but I think it also speaks to the need our students are seeing and the response by Cal Poly to address it and to be really proactive in getting this info out. So thank you for taking a little time to share that with us. There might be a few other questions in the Q&A. Perhaps you could help answer along with our team. But if there's nothing else on your end, we'll move into a little break before our next presentation.
Yes. Thank you so much, Dale. Really appreciate the time, space, and opportunity, and happy to follow up with folks that may have any additional questions.
Great.
Thank you.
And then with that, students, we are going to take about a 15-minute break before our next presentation that starts at 11:15 a.m. So you have a little bit of downtime. Continue to put some stuff into the chat or the Q&A there. Our team is helping out with that. Matthew's here too, and he can answer anything that's really specific to his area. Yeah, obviously that lottery topic got some people asking some really great questions. So we'll continue to answer those in the chat. We'll see you back in a few minutes.
Hello everyone. Now for our next presentation, we have Tyler and Jonine with the talking about mental health presentation.
Hi, everyone. We have one more minute before 11:15. Do we want to wait?
I'm good with that.
Okay, also, can someone please double check with me on how I set it up so that the video will be heard? There's supposed to be something in advanced share that says share. Let me just see. Hmm.
Yeah, we did this a little bit the other day as well. When you click on share screen, it gives you the option to select what screen or what you would like to share. On the far right, there should be a presenter layout that says share sound, and it's a button to click to make sure your video will also share the sound.
Okay, I'm sharing now. Should I get out and then try again?
I would say get out and try again, and that way you make sure that setting is enabled.
Okay.
When you hit share, you're going to see the different screens or applications to share. On the far right, at least when I do it, I get a presenter layout
Got
and
it. Share
sidebar.
sound.
There we
Okay.
go.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I think we are now live. And hello. Yeah. Hello, everyone. My name is Johnine Mano. I'm one of the therapists in Cal Poly Counseling and Psychological Services, which we call CAPS. So welcome everyone. And as I said my name, my pronouns are she, her. And I'm so glad to be with you here today. And if I'm remembering correctly, this is a focus for transfer students, right? I believe it is. And so,
Yes, you are right. All transfer students here today.
yes, so I will tell you all, we do see a fair number of transfer students here in CAPS. So keep an eye out on resources that we'll talk about that you might be interested in because it is a transition. And I remember when I first came to Cal Poly, you're going to be finding new places, meeting new people, learning about the university. There's a lot to navigate, but we are here to help. And today I have a representative also with me to talk. Our CAPS Student Assistant Outreach Program. I'll let you introduce yourself.
Yeah, thank you for the wonderful introduction. My name's Tyler Reisig. I even have it I can't even. There's my name tag. It's right there. I have it certified. I use any all pronouns, so whatever works for me. I'm a student assistant with the CAPS Outreach Program, and I also help run the health center's social media, marketing, communications. So anything posted on the Instagram, that's likely me. And anything posted on Cal Poly Now, which is a great resource, is likely me. Also, I just graduated, so got my BA, which is pretty fun. We hope you'll find your slow days super exciting and a wonderful opportunity to really just get to know your future home for however long you stay here.
Hey, here we go. So today our goal is to share that mental health is important for all of us. Whether you're experiencing a mental health concern or symptom or not, it's important to really invest in your mental health and well-being. And we're all in one building. It's not often discussed, but there's really is still a stigma around mental health. And there's shame for many people in many communities in seeking mental health. And we'll talk a little bit about the various ways you can do that here. Our hope is that by talking about mental health more openly, we can connect with this aspect of our humanity, acknowledging that we all struggle at times and that by learning about mental health, we can be more prepared to address it for ourselves as well as for others. We hope that today you hear that your experience really does matter to us. We've all been in your shoes, either as students or transfer students. And know that it's okay to have a strong response to something that's difficult or painful in your life. It's just being human. There's more to college than academics, and yet sometimes it really is hard to balance academics with everything else. So just know we do care about you and we are here to help if you need it. So let's talk a little bit about mental health. Mental health really encompasses a lot. The dictionary states it's a person's condition with regard to their psychological and emotional well-being. Sometimes we will get signs physically first before we realize that our thinking and our emotions might not be the healthiest. So that definition's a good start, but there's just a lot more to it. So at Campus Health and Wellbeing, which is the umbrella that counseling and psychological services is under, we think of mental health as kind of a broad domain of our health that impacts all other parts of our health and well-being. So know that mental health can be informed and influenced by our environments, our biology, what we may consume or ingest, like social media, coping mechanisms we've learned, or habits and tendencies we have, and of course, our life experiences and identities. So mental health can really be supported by noticing and responding to your needs, which we'll talk more about in a moment. Building supportive communities, utilizing medication if that's something that you're open to, and reaching out to a variety of resources, which there are many on campus. At the same time, there's a number of things that can cause us to experience emotional distress as well. So I'm going to hand it over to Tyler to talk a little bit more about that.
Yeah, so feel free to use the function at the bottom, but or the click the raise your hand button if you've ever felt stressed before. Awesome. See, the numbers are flying. And we even got some panelists doing it too. So you can put that hand down now if you want. So that got up to at least like 50, which that was higher than last time. So yeah, pretty normal. Looks like most of us, if not all, have experienced stress. Stress is a normal part of life and isn't always bad. In fact, sometimes stress motivates me to stop procrastinating stuff like homework or studying for an exam. In fact, the stress surrounding these experiences can motivate us to do the things we want to and need to do. However, while we expect certain events to cause stress, like registering for classes, midterms, finals, and adjusting to general college life, we also want to note that microaggressions, sexism, and racism can cause deeper levels of stress too. All of these stressful factors compounding over time can move our typical stress into distress. Distress is when stress is no longer a motivating factor, but it becomes debilitating. When in distress, we feel overwhelmed, miserable, and likely rely on others for support. Coming to Cal Poly can be both exciting and stressful. If you get to campus and start to feel anxious, stressed, overwhelmed, uncertain, homesick, or lonely, please remember you're not the only one, as our activity kind of showed. It's everyone's first time experiencing this environment, and it's okay. You're adjusting to a new place to call home. One of the best things you can do for yourself is to choose positive self-talk. I'll show you how to practice that in a bit. Reach out to friends and navigate support if you feel like you need it. We have great counseling resources and a lot of them, and many on-campus organizations that can help you adjust. We understand that it may be difficult uh, to seek support if you've never done that before. And on the next slide, my friend Janine shares some sites on when an individual may be experiencing distress.
Yeah, so as you look at this slide, you'll see that there are some physical signs along with emotional and cognitive signs, or things you might feel or think when distress is taking over. So take a look, ask yourself if you've ever felt any of these. So stress actually affects everyone differently. In general, when you are experiencing stress, our bodies will release chemicals to help us deal with perceived threats, such as leading to, as you've heard before, the fight, flight, freeze response. You also may feel fatigued or worried, or you might not even be able to focus or remember things that you need to, or in a manner that you're used to. So you might also feel alone, even nauseated. These are your body's warning signs or cues to be curious about what's going on for you. So, the first step in managing our stress is to recognize when we're stressed. This can be a little challenging for us because we don't always pay attention until our bodies send us significant signals. So, for example, if you see a bear while hiking, your body will prepare you to try and survive the encounter by your heart rate will go up, your breathing will increase, your muscles will tighten. Um, but the thing to remember is that our bodies can often misinterpret things and have an outsized response for the stressor that we're really encountering. So, for example, during finals week, your body may be responding as if you're seeing a grizzly bear all week long. So, when you notice these symptoms, what will you do? You can either judge yourself and push harder or respond with self compassion.
Yeah. As a former student, I've tried many different strategies to effectively manage stress and distress. I've learned what strategies help me practice self-care when experiencing emotional and or physical signs of stress. When figuring out if you may need support and nourishment in your life, there are different forms of self-care you can explore, as you can see on the screen. Physical care is a great way to manage your stress. We all have physical needs like sleep, nutrition, and movement. For example, during midterms, sleep is one of the first things students cut down on by pulling all-nighters and studying for exams. What they might not know is research shows that sleeping instead of studying through the night helps you be more successful academically. So if you're worried about exams, remember that taking care of your physical needs may help you be more successful. Emotional care is about checking in on how you feel, asking yourself, what have I been feeling lately? Is it new or different than typical for me? How do I feel about myself? Self-care is designed to be fun, and emotional care can be an activity you do for yourself that makes you just feel good inside. Cognitive and intellectual care is all about thought patterns and how you can direct them to be more supportive. For example, thinking, oh, I'm a flop, I'm going to fail this test, the worst, can set you up to do so. However, shifting those negative thoughts into more optimistic ones, like, I've studied for this test for so long, I feel so confident, can really impact your performance. One way I like to care for myself cognitively is through listening to music. The new Charlie XCX album comes out tomorrow, or I guess tonight, depending on where you live, whatever. So I'll be listening to that, thinking about it, getting all my anger out, or really just empathizing with the sad emotions sometimes. So it kind of allows me to just release some of those feelings, emotions, and just like acknowledge what she's talking about, stuff like that. Relational care focuses on relationships, whether it be family, friends, and or communities. It's taking the time to ask yourself, am I feeling heard and validated? Important question. If you have thoughts and feelings that you're not feeling seen for who you are, there will be resources shared about therapy and listening spaces for you to navigate relationships. Coming soon in this presentation. Lastly, spiritual care is about the connection felt to what gives life its purpose and how you practice that. Different forms of self-care are intended to give you a snapshot of understanding yourself and what's important to you. Whether it be acknowledging signs of stress and what action you can take to support yourself, or if it is checking in emotionally with how you're feeling. Some forms of self-care may feel more relevant to you than others. By understanding how to best support yourself with self-care, you may also be able to identify how to support yourself if stress turns into distress.
Yeah, so what we're going to talk about now is sort of your approach as a student. It's really hard to kind of be a human and be a student at the same time. And what we mean by that is, you know, a lot of us here who are in Cal Poly are used to kind of feeling like you got to be superhuman to be successful. But in actuality, you know, it makes it difficult for us to appreciate our limits and needs because of that belief. So, and with that belief, it can make it hard to take the time to tend to our needs. So we often hear from students, though, here at Cal Poly, is that they stop the practices and behaviors they used in the past that help them be successful. Because the pressure of not having enough time when here becomes too much. But we encourage you to think about what those things have been for you and try and find ways to keep them going during your Cal Poly experience. The hardest thing about investing in ourselves is also allowing yourself to believe that it's okay to take breaks. Give yourself time to notice and respond to your needs. Rest and reflection in actuality actually does allow us to come back stronger than if we just continued along like on this empty tank of push, push, push. So there will be times when you do need guidance. You might feel stuck or overwhelmed, or when you've been doing a bunch of healthy behaviors, but you're still not feeling right. That's when know that there is help. If you're struggling with something, you're not alone. And that's part of the reason why we're here, as well as other resources on campus. So keep this in mind. In the US, about 25% of all adults have symptoms of a mental health concern in any given year. So think about that for a moment. That's 1 in 4 people. And what does that mean about the commonality of mental health concerns? This statistic really reminds us that struggling with mental health is a typical human experience. It's nothing to be ashamed of. You're not broken, you haven't done something wrong, it's common. So either you or someone you know will have at least one mental health challenge in your lifetime. Talking about emotional health or going to therapy can be important and a normal thing to do, just like we go to a medical provider for physical health needs. At CAPS here, which is Cal Poly's Counseling Center, we actually see more students than the national average for college counseling centers. And it's because college students here at Cal Poly before you advocated diligently to have more access to these therapeutic resources on campus to ensure they had a place to invest in their mental health. And so we're really quite proud of those Mustangs. We're proud that they work hard to make their well-being a priority. And you'll find many people on campus who are really ready to talk with you about mental health as a normal part of life in your academic experience. Also, know that anxiety and depression are the most common concerns we see on campus. That doesn't mean that you can't come in if you have something else besides anxiety or depression. Often people can feel nervous talking to their friends about their experiences. We hear that a lot from students. They believe that they may be the only ones who go through this, or they don't want to trauma dump or make others feel uncomfortable. But really, one thing you're going to find is more often than not, when people start talking about their experiences, they're going to find others who have or are going through the same exact similar experience. So now I'm going to have Tyler take over. Okay, first.
Before we start, let's imagine your friend has been experiencing some swift behavior changes. They're distracted, constantly tired, and have stopped eating. Not good signs. How would you let them know that they're not alone? Here's some ideas on how to start those conversations in this video. But before it plays, I do want to give a quick content warning. This video contains language around suicide and mental health concerns. Please feel free to take a moment if you just need to get away from the computer. I'll also be leaving a link to this video in chat once it plays.
Okay, here we go.
Cal Poly students have a lot going on. Academics, clubs, sports, relationships, activities, and spending time with friends. It's an exciting time, but sometimes it may seem like too much to handle. If you know or suspect that one of your friends is thinking about suicide, you can make a real difference by following these 3 simple steps. See something. Pay attention to your friend's behavior. Students thinking about suicide might seem more sad or anxious than they usually are. You might notice they're withdrawn, have been spending more time alone, haven't been going to classes, or seem to be sleeping all the time. You might notice that they seem hopeless, stuck, or even talk about death. Whatever you've seen, it is important to respond to their emotional distress or noticeable changes. Even if your friend isn't thinking about suicide, your willingness to help can have a huge impact. Say something. When you notice the signs of emotional distress, don't ignore them. If you choose to approach a friend you're concerned about, or if someone reaches out to you, here are some things to keep in mind. Offer your support by asking if your friend would like to talk. It's usually best to have these conversations in private, unless it's uncomfortable for you or your friend. Talk about what you have observed and your perception of the situation. Be direct and honest. It's okay to ask directly about suicide and other serious topics. Getting these issues out into the open is the best way to start dealing with them. Engage in active listening and stay focused on your friend's concerns. Be careful not to take the focus away from your friend's experience by talking too much about your own story. Do something. You can give hope by helping to explore options such as faculty and staff, family, spiritual or religious advisors, and counseling professionals. If you don't know how to handle a specific situation, check in with a faculty member, advisor, or counselor. Cal Poly Counseling Services is a free resource that can help students with all kinds of concerns, including thoughts of suicide. You are not alone. Be sure to get support for yourself as well. If you have immediate concerns about your friend's safety, call 911 or the university police. You are not betraying your friend's trust by getting others involved. Their safety is the most important thing. Overall, conveying your concern and willingness to help is the single most important thing you can do for somebody in distress. Your attention, encouragement, and reassurance can help. See something, say something, and do something.
Perfect. Well, our main three takeaways from the video: see something, say something, do something. These steps are about you, as in all of you in the audience, showing that you care and are ready to support someone. Mental health concerns don't have to include thoughts of suicide to deserve attention. People should not have to reach a breaking point before receiving care. If you notice someone struggling, it's worth starting the conversation early. It may feel awkward at first, but approaching this conversation with empathy, non-judgment, or an intent to fix anything can make a meaningful difference in the conversation.
So in this video, they did mention talking to a counselor. That's us here at Counseling and Psychological Services. The counselors who work here know that many of them are here because they want to work with college students in particular. If not all of us are here because of that. We want to help you be successful and to live your life in a way that feels meaningful to you. And know that all our therapy services are free. They're already paid for through your tuition and health fees. They're just for students and they are confidential and private. So CAPS has a variety of services to fit your needs, and we work hard to collaborate with you to come up with a plan of treatment that works just for you. We don't have session limits. We focus mostly on providing short-term therapy. And if you're interested in longer-term therapy, there is, there's actually, we could help you to find someone in the community. There's also a second counseling place on campus that is run by the graduate student program here. And they may be able to see you more weekly, but really how often and how long you see a therapist here is really between you and the therapist. So yeah, we have appointments where we could sit down with you and talk about, you know, how to get you to what you need, given if your insurance, etc. So we're going to be by your side through the whole process. You're always welcome to come back if, say, we say, yeah, here's someone out in the community and it didn't work out, come back because there may be something else we can do for you later on.
Yeah, as mentioned, CAPS has a variety of services to fit your needs. We really want to focus on group therapy per the slide. It's offered on a weekly basis, so we can get you in more often. Between 60 and 90 minutes, the groups are facilitated and led by 1 to 2 CAPS clinicians, often supporting an average of 10 students. Group therapy offers a confidential space to obtain support, process feelings, while receiving psychoeducation, and it provides many benefits, including all the ones on the slide and more. If there are specific questions about CAPS services, we would be happy to answer them at the end of the presentation, or you can email counseling@calpoly.edu. Back to you.
Yeah, so this is a picture of our team. You can see we have quite a few people. We have a wide array of specialties on our team, from animal assisted therapy. Let's see. Oh, you'll see our therapy dog in the next slide. But, you know, on this team, we have people who provide trauma therapy, including EMDR. If you've heard about that, it's very effective for trauma. We also have people who are trained in ADHD evaluations. We have people who work with our LGBTQIA, and we have people who are hired specifically to work with our Black, Indigenous, and people of color students. They themselves are people of color. And we do have some bilingual therapists who speak Spanish and English, and oftentimes the therapy there can go back and forth between Spanish and English. And there is Mabel. She is our therapy dog. And if you are provided an appointment with Ryan Sherson, who is our person who is her handler, and you don't really want Mabel in the room, you could just let us know. So there's 3 ways to get involved. There's actually, if you didn't really want to do like ongoing therapy, you can do something called Let's Talk. I highly recommend you just type in Cal Poly Counseling in your browser. Our homepage will come up. You scroll down to like the bottom portion and there's icons. And there's one that says, there's like pictures with our services. The one that's Let's Talk, click on that and you'll see who's available for me to just drop in and at what time. And it gives the names of who's available. And you just click on the Zoom link and you can talk to one of us. You can also, if you're having a very distressing day, you can walk in or call and ask for a same day appointment. We do have counselors on call every day for that. And then also, if you just want to talk and learn about services, you call, you'll get scheduled with a therapist, usually within the week, for a 30-minute phone call, and you can talk about what your needs are, and they'll point you to a lot of resources, maybe not just with us, but with other resources on campus. And know that our main number also is a crisis line that you can call at any time, 3 in the morning, weekends, weeknights. And we do also have therapists who do work in the evening. So there are evening appointments available. And then finally, just know we're really committed to providing high quality clinical services. We're all constantly getting education. We're skilled, we're all licensed. We're from various theoretical orientations and specialties, as I mentioned. So for example, we have a bi-monthly group where we focus specifically on growing and cultural humility. And know that we're dedicated to reducing barriers and obstacles to accessing mental health services. Sometimes some of us are actually over on the health services side. If you come in, something's going on, and you also happen to have anxiety, depression, they may say, hey, if you want to, you can just go and talk to this person. So we're all about building relationships with other departments and student groups. So we really strive to create a safe space where each student can be their unique selves, feel supported in what they're experiencing. So we really appreciate our students' feedback on what we can do better, and we do ask for feedback.
Yeah, we are over time, so I'm just gonna speed through this really quick. This is our socials. We have many different people on staff, including on our website. We're right next to the rock climbing wall. We're building 27. You can't miss the rock climbing wall. And yeah.
Okay, so we did it. We are at the end, and you can see our this is what we want you to take away. Mental health's a part of all of us. Pay attention to your body signals. Don't be afraid to approach a friend, and we are available 24/7.
Yeah, it was super nice getting to know all of you. That's kind of a wrap. Feel free to scan the QR code to learn more, and there's all of our information. Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you. Oh, and Rita's here. Rita, looks like we are getting ready to head into our next presentation. Do you want to take the lead on that?
Yes, so thank you so much, Tyler and Jonine, for this presentation. And for our next presentation, we will be having Gabe from Career Services presenting about career services. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Rita. I'm getting one quick second to share my screen. Also, a quick shout out to CAPS. Truly a wonderful service to have on campus. I'm a recent grad student. I'll get into that in a second, but just wanted to say I used them while I was in grad school. Love the staff, such a great office. Highly encourage if you're seeking a mental health assistance at all. But hello, everybody. My name is Gabe. I am the newest career counselor in career services. I am just recently having graduated my master's program in higher education counseling and student affairs. And I did undergrad at UC Davis studying psychology. And though I'm new to this role, I was also the grad assistant in that office for the past 2 years. So I am pretty familiar with what we do. But that said, let's kind of jump into what career services is. Also, I'll be doing my best to monitor any questions that come in. So feel free to ask away whatever you need. Cool. All right. So what can we expect from today's presentation? We are going to get to know the various college specialists that we have within career services. All of us can see any of you for pretty much anything, but we'll also specialize in particular colleges for things like career exploration or job and internship search, things of that variety. But you could see any of us for any reason. And we all have little profiles when you make appointments with us if you wanted to read up on those and see what we kind of like to do ourselves. And then we'll also see or learn about what it's like to chat with us in career counseling sessions, how you might see us around campus, discover ways that you can engage with us throughout your time that you're here, and then gain an awareness of steps that you can take in your first year to become more career ready. Because you might think that in your first year, do you really need to talk about career too much? But I can definitely say it is helpful to get a jump on it early so that you can start making some plans so you don't get to like your fourth year and you're like, oh my gosh, I don't know what I'm doing. How do I get through graduation and like come out of this in the position that I want to be in? So it's very helpful to see us as soon as you're able. So this is your career counselors. You can see me up there on the top right. Everybody here oversees a different college. Everybody here is so wonderful. We have an amazing team at Career Services. If you don't see us individually, you may see us in classroom presentations or at like general workshops that we do. A lot of opportunity to interact with our office. Role of career counselors. We are here to help confirm any like career direction that you're thinking about and help you set up plans so that you can get toward your desired goals. We'll review any like application materials that you have, whether that's like for job applications or even like things regarding grad school, and just help you prepare for those things overall with like resumes, cover letters, interviewing, any of those sorts of things that you need assistance with. We are here. And then we help you search and apply for job and internships, and prepare for career fairs and networking events, of which Cal Poly is really cool because we actually have quite a bit of those things, not just put on by career services, but by the respective colleges and other places as well. And then you can review job offers and get assistance with like salary negotiation with us and discuss any career or major related concerns and how to explore and apply to grad school or any other professional school you might be interested in. So anything kind of career wise, even if you're not sure, we likely do help with it. And it never hurts to come ask us questions about it. And even if you're not quite sure how to engage with us in a career counseling session, I wouldn't even put that much weight on you for it. We are more than capable of handling that. If you're just like, I wanted to come in and chat and see what this is like, we can always do those things. So you probably have thought at this point, especially with past presentations, that there are so many different advisors on campus. And how is career counseling different from other advisors and counselors on campus? And where might you expect to see a career counselor? And I know I've talked about a little bit of that already, but just to give you a bit of a setup. Some steps that you can take in your first year to get more career ready and in anticipation of meeting with us. We can help you develop some career readiness skills in and outside of the classroom. So on the left here, you'll see these are the NACE 8 career competencies. You don't need to know a ton about what NACE is, but just put simply, it's the National Association for Colleges and Employers, and they get together with a bunch of different employers and universities, and they try to see what are the skills that lead to the best success outcomes in the workplace, especially for students coming out of graduation freshly. And so these 8: career and self-development, communication, critical thinking, equity and inclusion, leadership, professionalism, teamwork, and technology are the top 8 that they've had in this last round. Every couple of years, they go through and like revise some of this stuff. So you could see in a couple of years they might have these redone, but to my knowledge, these were just updated like a year or two ago, so they're still pretty fresh. And ways that you can develop and enhance these competencies, a lot of opportunity. Classes and labs can help you develop quite a bit of it. Critical thinking is probably the easiest one that comes to mind for that, as well as communication, and any like work with technology and teams. Part-time or full-time jobs or internships, they also can do a lot to help you develop these things. Any volunteer work or personal projects that you do, if you do any kind of research, get involved with any clubs, excuse me, any extracurricular activities, if you decide to study abroad, which we have a wonderful study abroad office on campus. Excuse me. We also do workshops with them sometimes to help you figure out, I've studied abroad. How do I like advertise that to an employer on my resume or talk about it in an interview? We do workshops with them in collaboration to help you learn those things as well. And then going to events like workshops that we put on, the various career fairs, any info sessions, conferences. We really don't have a shortage of things that you could do, and we try to advertise them as much as possible through various different channels. Other offices will even help us advertise too. So start reflecting on who you are and what motivates you. Ways that we encourage you to do that is through looking through your VIPs. This is your values, interests, identity, personality, and strengths. Values are things that are important to you. What do you want to see in a workplace? What do you want to get out of the job that you're looking for? Those are things to consider in the process. Interests, very simply, is just things that you enjoy doing. One of the things that led me to want to be a career counselor is I like being able to talk to people and help them through their different personal issues. And that was a strong motivator for me deciding to get involved with the work that I decided to pursue. And then, of course, who you are and the groups that you belong to, these identity pieces are also heavy factors in your consideration as you progress through career. They are definitely going to have a lot of influence on the decision you'll choose to make eventually. And then your personality, the different aspects of that, individual traits and characteristics that you possess. These are all going to be things that you'll consider as like, what of these traits do I really want to be able to put forward in the work that I do? So of course, like to be a counselor is something that's probably pretty heavy to you, is to be able to display empathy. And that's going to be something worth considering. Or like if you're more like, I want to be able to show off my technical skill, if you're in something like computer science, and you might think, I want to really be able to show like how good of a coder I am, or the kind of programs that I could make. Really considering what like that is for you as far as personality and what links for you. And then your strengths, the tasks that are actions that you do well in. Are you detail oriented? Are you more of like a people to people person? What is like the strong suits that you have? And though you might doubt the strengths that you have, everybody has strengths. And we can help you work that out if you're not exactly sure how to go about that process as well. The sweet spot for that, as you can see in the graph, is kind of like in the middle, where you're finding kind of everything intersecting in a particular way. A little hard to find that, but career is a journey, and we get there by trying. And that's all we can really do at the end of the day. So meeting with a career counselor, you can schedule appointments with us through Mustang Jobs. Mustang Jobs, you'll get access to once you've been fully matriculated, and your Poly portal gives you all of that access. It'll be on the like left-hand column of your screen, and it'll show Mustang Jobs, I think, midway down that bar. And when you're on Mustang Jobs, you'll click on counseling appointments up in the top right corner next to your like initials for your name, and you can schedule appointments with us either over Zoom or in person. And then we have drop-in hours throughout the week. We offer them Monday through Friday, starting on August 24th, so as soon as the term starts. if you happen to have heard from any like friends or anybody that you knew who was here last year, our drop-in hours do shift a little each year. We're trying to make more like accessibility to students and fit hours that work better for you all. So right now our plan is Mondays and Fridays, which are typically a little bit slower days for drop-in. We'll do virtual sessions from 11:30 to 1, and then Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday we'll do in-person drop-in sessions from 2 o'clock to 4:30. Um, and these are where, like, of course, they're drop-in sessions. You don't need an appointment to come to these. You kind of just show up and talk to us about whatever you want to talk to us about. It'll either be with a career counselor or a career advisor. Career advisors are our graduate assistants. And there's always at least one career counselor on session just in case you need any of that additional support. These are typically also 15-minute sessions, but if it's a little slower and you need a little more of a conversation, a lot of us are pretty cool with giving a little more time. But we do have to keep that within reason, especially if there's like a mass amount of people in the room, just so you're aware. And best option, honestly, for this is to get resume review. It's probably the quickest and easiest thing. And other topics I think are probably better saved for more of like the one-on-one appointments with us. And we have some additional resources for all of those things, but I can kind of get to that later, as well as you will likely hear about a ton of them from us later as well, just while you're here. Connecting with faculty from your major or department is a big thing that we like to highlight. Having career conversations with faculty to discover what possibilities are out there for you in your field or opportunities that you can get involved with that would help you build experience is really helpful. Likely your faculty member has already been through the field and knows quite a lot about the industry that they can pass on to you. So engaging with them in those conversations, especially if it's a professor that you just really like and get along with, we highly encourage that you talk to them as much as you're able, especially while you have them. But if you can meet with them after those times as well, that's also helpful. Don't be afraid to email professors or go to their office hours. Every department does have like a board that you can look up that has like the professors' emails and office phone numbers and their offices, and then they try to advertise their office hours as well. And we do encourage to like meet with them, especially if you have particular career conversations that you think that particular professor might be helpful with. Helping you discuss. And then if your goal is to go to grad school, another benefit for this, you often need 2 to 3 letters of recommendation when you're going to grad school. And most grad programs want to see at least one faculty member write you a letter. So building those relationships earlier just helps it make it easier for you if you go to grad school later to be able to be like, oh, I know this, I've known this professor since my first year, and they know a lot about me. They can say a lot in a letter of recommendation for me, and they probably want to, because most people get involved with education because they have a passion for it and they want to help students. And then there are different like research opportunities that are often found through faculty conversations. Some even have different like research things that they're doing or they just know somebody who's involved with. So you can try to have conversations to see if you can get involved with something that they're doing. And then a tip that we like to give too is to go to your major department's website, kind of like I mentioned earlier, to find their office hours. Yeah, and just getting to know them, having those conversations is helpful for a variety of ways. I really can't understate it, or state it enough, to be honest. All right. And then we have a lot of different like 24/7 resources because I know campuses close eventually. Not everybody's here all the time. And our typical office hours are like 8 to 5. So when we're not available, we have things like a big resume and big interview. We've had big interview for a couple of years, but big resume is a new thing that big interview created just this past year. And it's kind of a cool resume tool. It's a way for you to get quick live feedback just by having a Cal Poly email. My personal highlights for using Big Resume, it will simulate something it's ATS, which stands for Applicant Tracking Systems. And this is a program that a lot of employers will use to go through your applications and resumes before a person even takes a look at it. And when you put your resume through Big Resume and attach a job description in it, because it gives you an option to add a job description, it'll simulate an ATS scan and it'll let you know what ATS might flag on your resume. So you can kind of get a jump on it before like an employer's ATS system has an ability to go through it. So I think it's really helpful for that. And then another awesome thing is that it'll go through the job description and it'll pull the keywords in the job description out, and it'll tell you, let's say there's like 15 keywords in a job description. It'll say maybe you have like 60% of those keywords. It'll list out all of those keywords that you have and the ones that you don't. So you can go through and try to work them in more yourself. Definitely takes a lot of the legwork out, because before it would take a lot of reading and reading over multiple times to figure those things. And then Mustang Jobs is an awesome resource. A lot of different things on Mustang Jobs. Aside from being able to look for jobs and make appointments with us, a lot of our events get posted there. The career fairs, when they're posted about 2 weeks prior to the career fair, we drop the employer list of who all's going to be there. And a lot of them will have like a link to their sites or just a little blurb about themselves, or like what opportunities they're looking to hire students from. So it's a really good resource to use for that, especially as you're thinking about going to career fairs. And then we have what's called the graduate status report. So when folks graduate, they get this exit survey, and we want to see what they're doing post graduation. And you have opportunity to answer this for up to like 9 months post grad. And we collect all of that data and put it on this website called the graduate status report that's found through careerservices.calpoly.edu. And on the graduate status report, you can see folks in your college, what they went on to do post grad, what companies they worked for, job titles. Some of them will even post like the income that they came in at. A lot of cool little career information bits that you can get out of it. If you're not too sure how to navigate it, we are around to help with that too. Like that can be like a drop-in appointment or like a section of an individual appointment. And then we have a lot of different sample resumes and cover letters on our website. We have a sample resume for just about every major. And then I actually fixed up all of our cover letters back in fall last year, because we had a bunch that were like okay, but they were from like 2005. And the wording has just changed in 20 years. So I tried to go and like modernize it a bit. And then I don't remember if it's posted yet, but we even have a uh, outline for writing cover letters that I created. And I think that's super helpful to be able to use as well, because writing cover letters can be a little strange. And then we have a website in the toolkit that is called What Can I Do with This Major? Which the whole purpose of it is to literally tell you what can you do with your major. And aside from saying different job titles and companies that you can look into, it'll even have tips on that website for how to get involved with their industry. So really cool place to go check out. And then Pathway U is a really cool career assessment that we have. It evaluates your values, your interests, your personality, and your workplace preference in 4 short little tests. Compiles all that together, gives you some information on your results that you can read through, and then has like an Explore Career Matches button in the top right-hand corner. It'll show you a bunch of different career pathways that you could get involved with based on your results, or that you just like linked really well with from what you answered. And I think it's really helpful to start developing some like ideas of jobs that you might want to pursue. It'll give you information on each of those jobs, what kind of education you might need to pursue for it, if you need any certifications, a whole bunch of other stuff. Would highly encourage going through that. I think it's just helpful, bare minimum, to read about and to learn about yourself from a career assessment. It helped me figure out what I wanted to do when I was early in community college. And then we have a resource called Going Global, where if you're looking to work outside of the United States, you can use Going Global to look for job opportunities that are in different countries throughout the world. And then Mustang Jobs, kind of like I was mentioning earlier, has a jobs tab where you can look through different part-time and full-time jobs. You can look for federal work study. There's a filter when you're on the jobs tab called position type, and you can filter it for internships or co-ops or full-time jobs or on campus, off campus. Whatever you want to filter for, we have something for it. When you create filters on Mustang Jobs too, you can also set up, it has a button on there where you can have it give you alerts every time a job gets posted on the site that fits your particular filters that you put in. And it'll just go straight to your Cal Poly email letting you know, oh, this job was posted on Mustang Jobs and give you a link to that. So very, very helpful. And then the events tab, of course, like I mentioned, you can look through the career fairs, look at any info sessions that we have, workshops that are coming up. The counseling appointments tab is where you'll go to make counseling appointments with career counselors. And then the career resource tab has access to some of our 24/7 resources like Pathway U and Glow and Global and a bunch of other stuff. Some of them are also like little training things just to get you some additional knowledge and expertise in whatever you want to try and master. Uh, and then building your network is something we like to highlight more and more these days with like AI coming in and there being such a big boom of online applications and there just being so much for employers to filter through. Who you know ends up becoming a really big piece of how people are able to get jobs these days. So we have a couple of different ways to help you with that. One thing is we have Cal Poly Career Connections, which is basically Cal Poly's version of LinkedIn. This is a way to find some mentoring and networking folks. We have over 5,100 current students on there and over 7,000 alumni on the platform. It's really easy to reach out and connect with people on it. You can access it through your Cal Poly portal. If you happen to use LinkedIn at all already, a benefit to Career Connections over LinkedIn is that Career Connections doesn't give you like a limit on people to connect with or like a character limit when you're sending a connecting message the way that LinkedIn does. You're a lot more able to just kind of like go for it on Career Connections, which is really helpful. And then conducting informational interviews is super helpful. This is where you can like sit down with somebody in the field that you're looking to go into and you can kind of career explore a little. You can ask them what a day is like for them typically in their role, or what they like about working for their company, or what brought them to their job. Or what even inspired them to want to do what they do in the first place. Like if that's helpful for you to ask, then having like a 20, 30-minute informational interview with somebody could be a really good opportunity for you. And you never know what you can learn. And then you can get potentially referrals for internships or any like full-time career positions that might come up, depending on experience and depending on like what that person has available or who they know. It's just kind of like a better way to like, it's a way for you to like put them in your network and then they might put you in theirs and then connect you with somebody else in theirs. So info sessions can be really, really cool, and just really fun conversations. All right. And then updating your resume, you might need more than one version of your resume, whether if you're seeking part-time or seeking internships. Um, you can check out our resume samples, like I mentioned, take a look at Big Resume and then have it reviewed through general drop-in. I'd even kind of use that as like steps I would take. I would look at resume samples first to try to make my own thing, have Big Resume check it out, and then go to drop-in to get it looked at by an actual person. That way you have something pretty robust and we can give you like finer, more detailed tips. And then we definitely encourage you to come to any of our like virtual sessions on July 28th from 3 to 4. If you scan that QR code, you'll be able to go, or you'll get access to this workshop that we have where we are talking about resumes. One of the other counselors will be putting on that session, not myself. But everybody's really good at talking about resumes. It's one of our most common appointment topics, especially in drop-in. And we just do a lot of those workshops as well. It's kind of one of the most important pieces of career. And then I do know I'm getting a little close on time, so I'm going to fly a little bit. You can attend an event where we have 8 career fairs throughout the years. These are general and major specific. We have a variety of different workshops, student and employer networking events, and then networking sessions hosted by career services, departments, clubs, colleges, whole bunch of things. And then for transfer students, on September 11th from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., we have Transfer Career Readiness Day. So what you see here is all the different workshops that are offered throughout that. And this is not something that like you have to show up at 10 and then be here for everything the whole time. You can even see there's two different time slots here where there's two workshops offered simultaneously. This is really like a choose your own adventure thing. You can kind of pick whatever in here you want to go to and attend that. And I think it's really fun. The networking mixer in particular is really cool because a lot of different staff and faculty come out. I heard earlier this week or last week that our like transfer ally network has like 160 or so different staff and faculty across campus. So really cool opportunity for you to be able to check out and just like connect with other folks on campus. Even if you're like, oh, this is my first year on campus, should I really do it? Highly encourage it, especially as transfer students, as we're a little limited on time, which I was a transfer myself, so I definitely get the struggle. But yeah, Transfer Career Readiness Day is awesome. I hope you all can attend. Uh, and then another opportunity I want to mention to you all is the professional clothing closet. This is open Monday through Friday. You can literally just drop in. We have a QR code for you to sign in on. And it's from 8:30 to 4 in our front office in building 124, which is over by Spanos Stadium. Um, you really just come in, say, hey, I want to look at the career closet or career clothing closet. And we have like 300 or 400 different clothing items that are literally like head to toe, from shoes, socks, pants, professional dresses, professional shirts, all kinds of things for you to take a look at. And then I want to say, with the career stuff, it can be very, very stressful. And I think it's really important for you to enjoy the journey. There's this thing called planned happenstance theory. So this is this thing where you just kind of sometimes like circumstantially end up in a place you didn't really expect. This is definitely something that I dealt with. I came into college really unsure of what I wanted to do, changed my mind like 8 different times before getting into my current master's. I originally wanted to be a therapist and pursued that for 8 years. And then in that 8 years, worked with college students for a little while, loved it, and decided maybe I don't do therapy. Maybe I go through something in higher education. And that's not something I really could have figured out had I not just kind of opened myself to the experience of going through whatever I needed to go through. And I think that's really, really helpful. And I encourage you to be able to just kind of take your best shot. It's okay to not know right away what you want to do. Be okay with the journey, learn what you need to learn, and adjust as necessary. Flexibility is super important. Being persistent, it will help you for a really long time, and just trust that things will work out. Take a bit of rest, especially while you're young and you're able. And lastly, I'll just say thank you for your time. This is our Instagram at Cal Poly Career Services. If you want to follow us, we post a lot of different things on there. You can find us again in Building 124, and then I would recommend bookmarking our website, careerservices.calpoly.edu. And I'm a minute or two over, so sorry about that, but thank you all. Great to be here.
Thank you so much, Gabe, for this presentation. And for students, you're free to go to lunch. Just make sure to be back by 1 p.m. for the rest of the slow day session. Thank you.
For those of you that don't know me, it's okay. My face was only on the slideshow for like 20 seconds, but my name is Aiden Varga. I'm the Transfers and Supporters co-chair alongside my co-chair Rita Risk. I believe she was in the webinar earlier, but we're switching off. It's going to be me hosting from now on. And I'm excited to introduce Tasneem. She's going to be talking about all the wonderful centers that we have on campus that the Office of Student Development and Belonging offers. So Tasneem, feel free to take it away.
All right, I'll just go ahead and share my screen. See.
Tasneem, one thing I wanted to remind you when sharing screen, make sure you select audio because you have a video in your presentation.
Okay, let me, where do we usually select that from?
So unselect the share screen.
Okay.
And then when you do share screen, you get a main pop-up that you can select either your thing. And on the far right, there should be a share sound button. It's like a separate display tab on the right side of the share screen when you're selecting what screen you want to select or what file you want to select. There's a select sound button
Oh,
to
share
enable.
sound.
That way,
Okay.
that way
Perfect.
your video will work.
Awesome. Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Perfect. Does everybody see that okay? I think that should be good. All right.
Yes, we are good.
Okay, sounds good. All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Tasneem Elgandor, and I am the Multicultural Center Coordinator at Student Development and Belonging here at Cal Poly. And on behalf of our department, we would love to welcome you all to Cal Poly and congratulate you on becoming Mustangs. Today, we are going to spend some time talking about what inclusive excellence looks like here at Cal Poly, why development matters, and the many resources available to you and to help build community for you throughout your time here. So, before we begin, I'd like to acknowledge that Cal Poly is located on the traditional and unceded lands of the Yaktitu Titu Yaktilhini Northern Chumash tribe of San Luis Obispo County region. The Yaktitu Titu Yaktilhini have a documented presence in this area for over 10,000 years. The Tilhini peoples have stewarded their ancestral and unceded homelands, which include all of the cities, communities, federal and state open spaces within the San Luis Obispo County region. These homelands extend east into the Carrizo Plains toward Kern County, south to the Santa Maria River, north to Ragged Point, and west beyond the ocean's shoreline in an unbroken chain of lineage, kinship, and culture. This acknowledgement is an opportunity to recognize the original stewards of this land and reflect on our shared responsibility to care for the communities that we become a part of. As new members of Cal Poly, we hope you'll think about what it means to contribute positively to the campus and to the surrounding community. So before we begin, I'd like to establish a few community agreements. First, strive for cultural humility. None of us knows everything, and learning often means being open to perspectives and challenging our own. Second, reflect on your own experiences and identities and how your identities shape the world and the way that you see the world. And whenever you think, I already know something, ask yourself, how can I take this further? Or how am I putting into practice what I already know? And these ideas are not just for today's presentation, they're habits that will serve you throughout college and beyond. So a brief overview for today's presentation. The goal of our presentation today is to inspire you with opportunities to connect and build community on campus and to allow you to think critically about your role in cultivating inclusivity here at Cal Poly. We'll begin by talking about how we define inclusive excellence. We'll explore identity and belonging. We'll discuss unconscious bias and microaggressions, and we'll finish off by introducing our department, our centers, and the many ways that we are here to support you all throughout your journey at Cal Poly. Okay, so at Cal Poly, inclusive excellence is about intentionally creating a community where every student feels valued, respected, included, and empowered to succeed. Diversity brings different experiences and perspectives together. Inclusive excellence asks an important question. How do we ensure that every student has the opportunity to thrive once they are here? It's something that we all contribute to, and it's not just faculty and staff, it's definitely the students as well. Okay, so you may not have heard of the term DEI. In higher education, this term is used to discuss efforts by the university to develop and implement what the acronym stands for: diversity, equity, and inclusion. So what do we mean when we are talking about these three terms? Diversity is how we differ, the recognition and acceptance of the differences between people's social identities, which can include race, ethnicity, gender identity, sexual orientation, ability, economic class, religion, nationality, and among many others, and among many others and their intersections. Equity recognizes historical and systemic oppression and acknowledges that different communities require different levels of support to succeed. Achieving equity may require an unequal distribution of resources to address historical disparities and achieve equal outcomes. So, for example, if I gave everyone in this session $10 to buy a book that costs $20, I would have treated you all equally. But since some of you may have started off with a few quarters or a few dollars, and others have started with a few $100, in the end, we would not have achieved an equitable result. Some of you would be able to buy that $10 book and have hundreds of dollars left over, and others would not even be able to buy that $10 book. Inclusion is more than simply diversity and numerical representation. It includes and involves authentic and empowered participation and a true sense of belonging within a group or structure. Inclusion cannot happen without equity. So on the screen, you see an image of a sun with rays emerging from it. In this illustration, the sun is you, and your rays are all the different social identities that you carry. The ones that you might commonly see include age, race, ethnicity, your ability and disability, your socioeconomic status, your language, your nationality, your gender, your sexuality, and your religion. And I encourage you all to reflect on your own social identities. Which ones do you think about a lot? Which ones do you rarely think about at all? And how might this shape the way that you see the world? So, for example, the culture that I grew up with and the family that I grew up with affected how I assumed what was normal or expected when I interacted with the rest of the world. And these perceptions would be very different for others who do not share my background or my experiences or my identities. So, I wanted to take a few seconds or a few moments here to give you all the opportunity to think about your own name. Where did your name come from? Who chose it? Does it have cultural, religious, or family significance? Sometimes our names often carry stories, histories, and connections to our communities, and taking the time to appreciate these stories helps us appreciate the diversity of the stories around us. And feel free to drop them in the chat, and I'll pause and just give a few moments here. Okay. Social identity refers to the parts of ourselves that connect us to different communities and groups. Some identities feel central to who we are. Others may become more noticeable depending on the environment that we're in. As you begin college, you'll likely discover new parts of your identity while also learning from people whose experiences may be very different from your own. Identity matters because it influences how we see ourselves, how we interpret the world, and how others may experience us. It also shapes our relationships and interactions. Understanding how our own identity helps us better understand the respect and experiences of others as well. Building an inclusive campus community. There is no Cal Poly without our students. You make this campus what it is. And a lot of you have a capacity to make waves during your time here, whether it's for one person or 100. How you choose to conduct yourself through this time will change you and the people around you. Holding yourselves and others accountable is a really big way to keep our campus community inclusive. And we have a lot of different resources to make sure that we can continue keeping it safe for others as well. So if you find yourself on the receiving end of a microaggression or harmful behavior, it's crucial to connect with your support systems. We have our Ombud staff, which offers a safe place for assistance in resolving any university-related issue, concern, conflict, or complaint. You can also make a care report or bias incident report with the Dean of Students, Safer or Violence Prevention Team on campus, which has confidential advocates for survivors of assault. You can reach out to the Title IX office or become a trusted faculty or come to a trusted faculty or staff member, and of course, our centers as well. And we implore you to learn about your resources at Cal Poly. It'll be important to know what each of them offers and each is obligated to do in their role. Okay, so for this slide, I would like you all to think about what would belonging at Cal Poly feel like for you. Maybe it's finding friends who share your interests. Maybe it's finding organizations. Maybe it's simply knowing there's a place on campus where people know your name. And as you begin your journey here, I encourage you to actively create those opportunities, not only for yourself, but for those around you as well. All right, so we're going to talk a little bit about implicit or unconscious bias. Implicit bias, also known as unconscious bias, it refers to the automatic, unintentional attitudes or stereotypes that people hold about certain groups of people. These biases can influence our perceptions, our behaviors, and our decisions without us even being aware of them. Every single person has an unconscious bias. They're a part of how our brains process information. The important thing, however, is not to pretend that we don't have them. And it's also becoming aware of our implicit and unconscious biases will help us stay on track with how we treat others around us and how we move through the world. And it's important to recognize that if we do not remain aware of our own unconscious biases, they can manifest as stereotypes and microaggressions. All right. So just briefly what microaggressions are. They are commonplace indignities, whether intentional or unintentional, that communicate hostility or negative slights and insults that potentially have harmful or unpleasant psychological impacts. And we are going to watch a brief video to help demonstrate what microaggressions may look like.
For people who still don't think that microaggressions are a problem,
oh, you're so well spoken.
just imagine, instead of being a stupid comment, a microaggression is a mosquito bite.
Ugh, it's a compliment.
Mosquito bites and their itch are one of nature's most annoying features. But if you're only bitten every once in a while...
No, where are you really from?
Cleveland?
Sure, it's annoying, but it's not that big a deal. The problem is that some people get bitten by mosquitoes a lot more than other people. I mean, a lot more. Whether it's on a date...
Oh, your English is so good.
Excuse me?
Going grocery shopping.
You know, everything happens for a reason.
I'm just buying apples.
Commuting to work.
So when are you gonna have a baby?
Watching TV.
We have to keep the Redskins name. It's part of our culture and history.
Or just walking down the street with your partner.
I couldn't even tell you were gay.
Mosquitoes seem to pop up everywhere.
Do you know John? Give me shopping advice. I love Cher too.
And getting bit by mosquitoes every day.
Can I touch your hair?
Multiple times a day.
So pretty. Can
I touch it, please?
Can I please?
Is annoying. And makes you want to go ballistic on those mosquitoes. Which seems like a huge overreaction to people who only get bit every once in a while.
It's just a mosquito bite. Who cares?
Just another angry black woman.
Of course, beyond just being annoying, some mosquitoes carry truly threatening diseases that can mess up your life for years.
Astrophysics? Maybe you should try this challenging major.
Ow, my dreams.
And other mosquitoes carry strains that can even kill you.
He looked like he was up to trouble, okay? I felt threatened.
So next time you think someone's overreacting, just remember, some people experience mosquito bites all the time.
You're all so exotic. Wow.
And by mosquito bites, we mean microaggressions.
All right. So as you could all see, microaggressions are comments or behaviors, sometimes intentional, but often unintentional, that communicate negative messages towards someone's identity. One other example that we like to reference is, imagine you're sitting in a doctor's office and a woman walks in, and many people might assume that she's the nurse. and not the doctor. And that is considered an unconscious bias at work. And if she is the doctor, you might ask, well, when will I see the doctor? And that is the microaggression, that assuming that a woman is a nurse and not the doctor herself. But of course, our goal is always to learn, listen, apologize when needed, and continually grow into better community members. Next slide. Awesome. All right. And so this is where SDAB comes in. SDAB stands for Student Development and Belonging. And we're commonly known across campus as SDAB. And it's a home to a collection of centers and initiatives that support students from many different backgrounds and identities. And we aim to empower students experiencing marginalization through intersectional advocacy and cultural connections to build a more just and equitable Cal Poly community. So whether you're looking for community, leadership opportunities, mentorship, cultural programming, or simply a welcoming space to study, these spaces are for you. Our vision is to create a Cal Poly experience rooted in equity and holistic support where all students thrive. We strive to accomplish this through our 8 growing centers. We are student facing. We are here to work and build community with you and engage with any number of those centers and their programming that speak to your needs, hopes, and experiences. We have 8 coordinators who lead each of these centers. We're here to answer your questions, connect you with resources, support your leadership development, and simply be people you can get to know during your time here at Cal Poly. This is one of my favorite departments. I'm not biased at all, but I absolutely love all my coworkers. On the left-hand side, you will see Wes, who is the coordinator for Men and Masculinities. You'll see Shauna, who is the coordinator for Gender Equity Center and the APITA Center. Gender Equity Center and APITA stands for Asian Pacific Islander Desi American. Angel is the coordinator for Pride. I am the coordinator for the Multicultural Center. We have Kyle at the bottom left, who is the coordinator for the Black Academic Excellence Center. We have Jose, who is the coordinator for DREAM, which serves undocumented students on campus. Cassidy is the coordinator for the Native American and Indigenous Center, which is commonly known as NACE. And Jeremiah is the coordinator for the Latinx Center, which is known as La Casa. All right, and this slide kind of gives you a brief overview of where each of these centers are located, their Instagrams if you're interested in following them, and kind of getting a nice little brief overview of the kind of programs that they put on. I will briefly go over some of the signature events that we have for each of these centers, but if in case you're interested in contacting them or learning more after this presentation is over, I will give you a moment to give them a follow on Instagram. Okay. All right. And one thing all of our centers have in common is that they provide practical resources. So you'll see a nice, beautiful list of all of the things that you'll find in pretty much every single one of our spaces on campus. And the nice thing is that our spaces are actually spread out through Cal Poly. So just depending on where your classes are, you can pop in, you can grab a snack, you can print your documents, your reading, your homework. You can also just come and hang out with your friends. So it doesn't require, one of the questions I commonly get in our centers is, do you need a membership to access one of these spaces? And the answer is absolutely not. And regardless of your cultural community that you feel personally tied to, these centers are open to absolutely everyone. And that is the beautiful thing about building community, is that you'll meet people that you may have never expected to meet in your life, or find something new that you weren't actually looking for. So that is always the beauty of exploration. Awesome. All right. Okay, and so Programs and events is how we put inclusivity into action. We have events like the MLK Legacy event, we have Culture Fest, we have GEMS, State of Masculinity, Indigenous Peoples Day, Cafecito con Pan Dulce, and Week, Pride Prom, and so many more. I honestly, it's such a blast throwing these events for the students and kind of giving everybody a break from studying sometimes, or providing access to resources that they didn't know Cal Poly provided. So you'll find pretty much everything at these events, including free food, and also friends that you didn't think you'd ever meet. All right, so I would love to introduce to you the Asian Pacific Islander Daisy American Initiatives. We are co-located with them in the Multicultural Center, which is on the first floor of the University Union. And the vision of APIDA initiatives is to support and empower students within the APIDA diaspora through intentional programming that focuses on holistic development. So you'll find some of the signature events that they put on are Lunar New Year, State of APIDA, APIDA Heritage Month. My favorite thing about State of APIDA and all of the state ofs that we put on for the centers across SDOB is that you'll find a panel of students who speak about their own cultural experience as, for example, a student who is from an APIDA background, but also is navigating, what what it looks like to be from that background on Cal Poly campus. So this panel provides different perspectives from all across people's backgrounds, and you get to know more about what people are experiencing. You'll also meet new friends, and you'll get to eat some food and just to enjoy good conversation. The Black Academic Excellence Center is located in the Mustang Commons, which is Building 15. They're dedicated to encouraging the educational progress of students within the Black diaspora. We cultivate students' development through academic assistance and nurturing a positive self-perception while actively immersing them in the richness of Black history and culture. So they have events like Welcome Black to Base, MLK Legacy event, State of Blackness, and the community is so beautiful and so large. And it always seems like everybody's kind of just knows everyone. That's kind of the feeling that you get when you walk into base, and it's pretty awesome. All right, Dream Center. Dream Center is co-located with the Native American and Indigenous Center up in the Titu Titu Yaktulhini dorm rooms. So they're on the bottom floor, and it's a space where undocumented students, members of mixed status families, and allies come together in community. Some of their signature events include Undocu Week, Migration Celebration, and Monarch Commencement. All right, the Gender Equity Center is located also in the University Union in the 217 suite. And they're all about uplifting and empowering women, feminine, trans, and gender expansive students at Cal Poly through intersectional programming, advocacy, and education. Some of their signature events include Women's History Month, GEMS, which stands for Gender Experiences, Monologues, and Stories, and Gender Equity Training. The Latinx Center for Academic Success and Achievement is located in Building 15, so they're neighbors with the Black Academic Excellence Center, and they aim to provide holistic support, student support, and foster a sense of belonging for students who identify as Latinx or part of the Latin American and Caribbean diaspora at Cal Poly. Some of their signature events include Cafecito con Pan Dulce and Latinx Chicanx commencement, among many others. Their center is popping with events, so very fun place to visit as well. Men and Masculinities is located in the University Union in room 209, and they create spaces to process and develop our collective understanding and diverse expressions of masculinity. Really cool. Some of their signature events include Movember, Mental Health, Testicular and Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, and State of Masculinity. The Multicultural Center, which I am so proud to talk about, is an extremely vibrant place that holds many cultural communities. It is open to all. It's downstairs in the University Union, across from the University Market. And some of our biggest events include Culture Fest, which happens in October, and Polycultural Weekend, which happens alongside Open House during April. So some of you may have attended Polycultural Weekend this last year, and I hope you loved it, and we're really excited to see you back here in the fall. Native American and Indigenous Cultural Center is co-located with Dream up in the Yaktitutitu Yaktilhini dorm area. There's Scouts is also right there. So if you see Scouts, you'll just walk a little bit past it and you'll find Nace and Dream. And this space engages and restoratively heals Native and Indigenous students through decolonial practices and Native knowledge. Some of their signature events include Indigenous Peoples Day, Native American Heritage Month, and Indigenous Kitchen. The Pride Center is located in the University Union in room the 217 suite. The Pride Center's collective mission is to support and empower people of sexual orientations, gender identities, and expressions to strengthen and unite our community. Some of their signature events include Coming Out Week, Pride Ballroom, and Pride Prom. So, as you can see, there's always something happening in student development and belonging. These are just some of the photos that have spanned a few events. The two in the middle, I believe, are from Culture Fest. So, super fun event if you're here in the fall. It's on October 3rd. And whether you're attending your first event or your 100th event, every experience is definitely an opportunity to build connections and find your community. And as we wrap up today, I want to leave you with one final thought. College is not just about earning a degree, I promise you. It's about finding community. It's about discovering who you are. It is about learning from people whose experiences will be different from your own. And I really hope, and on behalf of my department, we really hope that you will get involved, attend programs, visit our centers, and allow yourself to explore all that Cal Poly has to offer. And you do not have to be part of one of these cultural communities to attend the center or hang out in the center. They're welcome to everyone. And I really appreciate you all for joining us today. And I look forward to meeting you all this fall. And welcome to the Mustang family. And if you would like to connect with us, please scan the QR code if you have any questions. I will be here for a few minutes, and thank you. Enjoy the rest of SLO Days.
Fantastic. Thank you, Tasneem. Personally, I've used the SDub centers a couple times and they're very useful. I love the Mid and Masculinity Center. They do an event, I think every quarter or every semester it'll be, I think, where they have chicken wings during finals. It's super, super fun. You get free food, you get to go talk and study for finals. Super awesome. So check the centers out. They're fantastic. That being said, though, our next presentation is going to be a couple friends of mine from the health center. They're going to be talking about alcohol and other drugs kind of within the college diaspora. It's going to be Andre Cias and Jen Hawkinger. So I believe they're ready to go. So I'll just let them get rocking out.
Excellent. Can everybody hear me? Actually, okay, cool. I have to reshare this, so sorry. I just want to make sure that you all can hear the video that we're going to have later today, later in this presentation. And this is a reality check, navigating alcohol and other drug choices in college for transfers. So Jen and I are going to kind of introduce ourselves, but today we're going to talk a lot about kind of the statistics of alcohol and other drug use here at Cal Poly, our approaches to education. We will watch a video that is a historical empowerment video around why we have two health educators focused on alcohol and other drugs here at Cal Poly. And then we're going to talk about what to expect at WOW. So those are the kind of things that we're going to kind of discuss today. And if you do have any questions, please just put them in the chat.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jen Hockinger. I'm one of the alcohol and other drug health educators. And my goal is to focus on primary prevention, so to reduce the harms related to high-risk drinking and cannabis use. And you all engage in harm reduction every day. It's just taking something that could be dangerous and making it a little safer. So every time you get in your car and put on your seatbelt, that's harm reduction. And I work with a lot of different groups across campus, so you'll probably see me around.
And my name is Andre Cias. I'm also an alcohol and other drug health educator here at Campus Health and Wellbeing. And this is, I'm on my year 3, and I cover a lot of overdose prevention and Narcan distribution, advising our fentanyl test strip and Narcan distribution education programs, also Mustangs for Recovery, which is our collegiate recovery program, which we'll talk about in a couple of slides. And then also do a lot of one-on-one appointments with students, whether that's because they've had conduct issues and or if they are maybe wanting to talk about what sobriety looks like or what does moderation look like. So you have a ton of resources here at Campus Health and Wellbeing. So these are some learning objectives that Jen and I want to hopefully employ for all of you today. One, we want you to feel empowered to discuss expectations, perceptions, and safety around alcohol and other drugs with your colleagues, with your friends, with your family, just really having the knowledge around having this conversation and when to have this conversation. And especially for those that are maybe going to engage with substance or alcohol and things like that, we want you to apply an informed harm reduction approach to alcohol and other drugs. Whether choosing to abstain or not, we really want to challenge the confirmation bias that everybody at university is engaging with alcohol, when in reality, we know that's not the case. And we also want to foster confidence in navigating environments and situations where alcohol and other drugs are present. So that's what we're going to cover today, but I really want to make sure that we are setting intention, right? So transfers, I know you're probably asking yourself this question a lot, like, what are you here to do at Cal Poly? So I want you to really ask yourself this question again. Why are you here at Cal Poly? But within the framework of alcohol and other drugs, you're probably not here to engage in high-risk alcohol and other drug consumption, go to the hospital, get arrested. No, you're probably here to achieve a degree at an academically rigorous university and then start your next chapter in your career, in a new field, whatever that may look like. So it's really important that your well-being is at the forefront of your own intentions and also that you know that it's also at the forefront of ours too. And you're probably wondering, why do you get to see us during slow days and then also during WOW? So it's actually really because of this well-researched phenomenon called the college effect. And it's during the first 6 weeks of the semester where new and returning students engage with alcohol with an increased usage. So the transition to college or any kind of university space can be really difficult and stressful for students. Your social support structures change. You're trying to navigate new friendships. There's an ease of access too. Maybe you're older and you can purchase alcohol. And people are wanting to engage with it, or you're trying to fit in, you're at a semester system and we're changing and we're navigating what that looks like academically. And so there's a lot of stress that increase this usage, especially if we're not being intentional with how much we're consuming or what and when we're consuming.
And we have a couple questions for you all, so you can just raise your hand or reply in the chat. Did more or less than half of Cal Poly students drink alcohol in the past 2 weeks? Who thinks it's more? Okay, I see a lot of hands coming up. Okay, we'll go to the next question. And did more or less than half of Cal Poly students use cannabis in the past 2 weeks? So again, you can raise your hand if you think it's more. Okay, I see at least 30 people coming in. Thank you all for sharing. So my guess is that some of you are right on, and we also have some data to share. So what we saw across all Cal Poly students, so all 4 years and graduate, is that 55% did not use alcohol in the last 2 weeks. And that is 2026 data of over 1,800 Cal Poly students. And 79% did not use cannabis in the last 2 weeks. So these numbers are improving over time. We can go to the next slide. Thanks, Andre. We're in different rooms, so it's unique. So why do students drink? Why don't they? I've talked to hundreds of students about this, and similar reasons come up every time. They want to have fun. They want to de-stress. They want to socialize. Maybe they think everyone's doing it. At low levels, like just a couple drinks, that is true for some people. They do have fun, they do de-stress, all those things. But as they get into that drunk zone, the negative side effects increase. And why don't they drink? Maybe there's family or personal values. Maybe there's kids at home and they don't want to. Maybe the person is in recovery or their partner's in recovery, or they're on medications that don't mix well with alcohol. A couple that we've talked about a lot with students are Accutane. I had a student say, "Hey, I'm on Accutane, I don't drink." Awesome. Antidepressants can also be a poor mix with alcohol because the side effects are worse. So some students tell me I have to drink less or I stopped altogether. And I know that a lot of you are a little older, so you probably already know a lot of your medications and how they interact with alcohol. But if you don't, it's a good time to just check in with your doctor or your pharmacist. And other health concerns come up as well. For example, say someone's diabetic, they're on insulin, alcohol can lower blood sugar, so maybe they're not drinking or drinking less. And I do run a diabetes support group, so if anyone's interested, feel free to send me an email after this. And this is relevant for some of you, not all, but maybe you're waiting until you're 21. And there isn't just one college experience, and you all know that, but just to highlight it, some students are choosing not to drink at all, but they're still really engaged with the community and their clubs and their orgs and their classes. And we're also in a really beautiful spot in California, so there's tons to do. Whether you're like actively surfing or just chilling on the beach, there's options. And then there's moderate social use, which is safer for those who do choose to drink. And typically that's a group of smaller friends at a gathering, or it could even be at a bar, but again, that small group of friends who you trust. And then this group of people, they're also doing all those things without alcohol. And when it comes to high risk drinking, and that's binge drinking, which looks like 4 or more drinks in 2 hours for females or 5 or more drinks in 2 hours for males, that's where we start getting into this risky zone. And that difference is because men and women, males, females, they process alcohol differently. And that often happens at parties, party hopping, and also if somebody's going out and doing, say, a lot of shots or a lot of mixed drinks at bars. So, really, wherever you fall on the spectrum, we do have resources for you. And let's try to keep it in the green and yellow. So, now we are going to watch a video, and it is challenging. It is from 2008, and it's about Carson Starkey, a student who died of alcohol overdose. And we're not showing this to scare you, but rather to show you that you all can prevent this from happening. And you all have a lot of power. But please do take care of yourself and step away if you need to, or talk to someone if you need to.
It seemed like any other fraternity party, drinking event, everyone having a good time.
Carson was given a fifth of rum to share with the boy next to him. There was also a bottle or two of Everclear that was passed around.
I remember looking over at Carson and just had this kind of glaze in his eyes.
I noticed that he was becoming more intoxicated.
I could tell that he wasn't all there.
His body was kind of going limp, and
then I saw him sort of like, kind of like drooling out of his mouth, and then I knew he wasn't all right.
he wasn't even sick.
He had had so much to drink that it was past that. It wasn't that he just needed to get sick. He needed help. I saw two people just pick him up and carry him out of the room. Don't think I'll ever forget that.
I raised him for 18 years, and in 20 minutes, he was unresponsive.
I know that they thought about taking him to the hospital and changed their mind.
I think they were just afraid that if they went to the hospital, there would be some sort of legal action against them and possibly him, because he's obviously a minor, he's only 18.
They decided that they didn't want to get in trouble, and they decided that he would probably be fine.
And they brought him back inside and put him on a filthy, horrible, disgusting mattress on his side and put a trash can there and left him there.
At some point I asked, where did he go? The response was, he's inside on the couch. People are taking care of him. Don't worry. So I didn't worry.
Julia was coming down the staircase screaming and crying that
We had had a missed call on our caller ID from the San Luis Obispo County Coroner's Office.
Called home, and my dad answered. He just said Carson is dead.
I just fell to the ground right up next to a side of a truck and just started crying.
It was devastating. When you hear that your best friend died, it doesn't seem real. Everything just shuts down. You're not yourself for months.
I had assumed that he had made it to the hospital, so I was in utter disbelief.
When I heard of how he died, it was unheard of. I mean, I just didn't think it was possible.
It made no sense to me that someone like Carson would pass away from alcohol poisoning.
It was just weird to think that Carson could die from something as dumb as alcohol.
A lot of college students think they're invincible. We've seen people who puke and then wake up in the morning and they're fine. So we never think that, like, this is gonna kill someone. It didn't have to be Carson thinking he was invincible, but other people thinking that he was. And I think it really comes down to that. The guys thought, A, we don't want to get in trouble, and B, oh, Carson's fine. Like, he'll just sleep it off and wake up in the morning. And, I mean, they were wrong.
The people in the fraternity who made the decision not to take him to the hospital ultimately, just made a really bad, wrong decision that ended up killing him.
They decided that they'd rather save their own assets than try and help Carson in that situation.
Like, look at what happened now, You thought you weren't going to get in trouble, but now the fraternity doesn't even exist. And worst of all, Carson died. These kids are living with the consequences now of what they didn't do that night.
They started telling the story, and I said, okay, we need to bring in the dean of students, we need to bring in the director of the department. They continued to tell the story, and I said, I'm taking you down to the police station.
If you're in a fraternity, especially if you're an officer of a fraternity, and you plan an event like the one that resulted in Carson's death, you can be charged with a felony, and it can change your life.
It cost me and my family over $160,000 in legal fees, over $500,000 in civil suit settlements. It's hard to get a job when your potential employer Googles your name and a mugshot is the first thing that comes up.
Whenever, any of my friends now, if they get into that position where they drink so much that they're having a hard time talking and standing or doing anything, I just monitor it more. And I think that would have been something, someone should have just sat by him and watched him and not just left him there.
You gotta always have someone there just to watch them, whether they're fine or not. Because there's just like certain signs, like if their like skin or lips start to turn blue, or if their breathing pattern becomes irregular. That's something easy to notice if you're sitting with them, paying attention, which someone should have been with Carson that night.
Carson was someone that instinctively helped other people, and he died because other people didn't help him.
This event opened my eyes up completely to the issue of alcohol poisoning and that it's a real thing. It's not just something you hear about. It actually happens to people, and you need to be extremely careful and look after your friends.
Somewhere over the rainbow, way up high, and the dreams that you dream of once in a lullaby.
As you can imagine, Jen and I have seen this video quite a few times now, and it never gets easier. This is one of the driving forces behind why we do the things that we do. And from this tragedy, Carson Starkey's parents created the educational awareness campaign called Aware, Awake, Alive, because all alcohol poisoning is preventable. And they knew that if the students around Carson that night knew the signs of alcohol poisoning and alcohol overdose, he would still be alive today. And so we partner with Aware, Awake, Alive and with us to make sure that students know the 8 symptoms and signs of alcohol poisoning every year. And we'll go over this again during WOW, but especially if you're thinking that maybe somebody's not doing right and you don't know how much they've had to drink and your gut's telling you that maybe you need to call 911, please do call 911. So what are the 8 signs? We use the acronym MUST HELP for mental confusion, unresponsiveness, snoring, gasping for air, throwing up, hypothermia, cold and clammy skin, erratic breathing, loss of consciousness, paleness or blueness of skin. You're receiving a lot of information today, so if you can only remember 2 of these symptoms, please remember unresponsive or not breathing. If at any point you see either of those 2, please call 911.
And Cal Poly and the state of California both want to make it easier for you to call for help, especially if you're under 21. So we have the 911 Good Samaritan law, and it provides limited immunity for minors for purchase, consumption, or possession of alcohol. And what they have to do to get that protection is be the first person to call for help, to stay on the scene, and cooperate with EMS. So let's pretend Andre and I are both 20. Just run with it. We are pre-gaming at Andre's house. Just did a bunch of shots. We're making some questionable decisions today. So anyway, and then we go to a bar. I get a Long Island. Andre sees another friend, wanders off to chat with them. I'm with someone else. Andre comes back 20 minutes later. What's going on?
So I haven't seen Jen in a really long time. I'm a little concerned, so I go looking for her. Once I find Jen, she's still breathing, thankfully, but she is unconscious. She is unresponsive. So I call 911, even though I've had alcohol in my system too, and I'm under the age of 21, and I stay with her. I let dispatch know that she's potentially in an alcohol overdose state, and I stay with her until EMS arrives. I explain what happens, and then they take Jen.
And Andre just saved my life. And it's that easy. Neither of us are getting in legal trouble for that. And Cal Poly also has an amnesty protocol. And as you can see in that green box, the goal is to call for help without fear of consequences. And it removes punitive sanctions for both the person experiencing the medical emergency and the person seeking help. So that's really positive to get that help. And basically, this avoids things like probation or suspension, something like that. So please do call for your friends if they need your help. And I want to show you all a little bit of data. We've been trying to chip away at the misperception that everyone's drinking, but they're really not. So again, this is all Cal Poly students across all 4+ years. And back in 2018, we saw about 45% of students were engaging in binge drinking, and that has been steadily coming down to our lowest at 26 just this year. And I think part of that is the drinking culture with young adults, but also all the effort that Cal Poly puts into harm reduction. And then the orange line is extremely high risk drinking or 7 or more drinks in one setting. And that has also come down and stayed down, which is really promising. It used to be around 25%, and in the last 6 years, it has stayed at 10.
So we're going to cover a whole gambit of substances during WOW, but we would be remiss not to talk about cannabis. So why are we talking about cannabis? Well, it's totally different than what people were smoking in the 60s and or even in the 90s. They're really isolating and making more concentrated the cannabinoid THC. So it's psychoactive, it causes that like get high feeling, but it also has higher risk of misuse and codependence. So especially it ranges so different and its impact on other people. So if somebody's saying that, yeah, when I smoke or I eat an edible or I'm using my vape, I feel really euphoric and that kind of, and somebody's like, oh, I would love that feeling. And then they engage in whatever it is way to engage with cannabis. And then they start to feel really anxious and paranoid. So it's not a one experience fits all kind of substance. Especially if you're using it to increase your appetite, it may actively increase nausea and vomiting in another person. So it's never universal, which makes its moderation and more intentionality and harm reduction of usage so much more important. So 34% of Cal Poly students use cannabis in the last 3 months. We know this from that big survey that Jen's been talking about. But what's really intriguing is that there's higher risk for less positive side effects, especially with extensive and more frequent use. Because THC percentages have gotten so high since 1994, almost 300%, especially in products like vapes and different kind of like dab concentrates. Which can be really damaging and have a host of different mental health conditions attached with them just because they're induced by cannabis use. And so 5.5% of Cal Poly students who used cannabis reported that it negatively impacted their academic performance, memory, and so many other neurocognitive development things in regards to or in comparison to the 3.8% that said the same for alcohol. And so that's why it's something that we talk about. And we'll talk about way more, especially during WOW. But the reason why we provide all this education is because we use the harm reduction model. So all of that fits in there is abstinence, moderation, education. So that way when students may or may not be engaging with a substance, they have the education to reduce harm and make it safer to use, especially if a student has never engaged with a substance before and they don't know how it impacts their body, especially if they're on different medications, like Jen said. And or if you're at a space where substances are present and you just want to say no. Or is there peer pressure here? How do I navigate peer pressure? Whether it's active, like media performative peer pressure where you're like everybody's ganging up on you to drink, or if everybody else is drinking and you're thinking, oh well, should I be drinking as well? That's that perceived peer pressure. So how do we navigate both? And or if we are choosing to engage, practical strategies for using less to make sure that we are having a better night out. And so we really want to challenge that confirmation bias that everybody drinks and really empower people who don't want to engage with substance. Because as Jen said, you can still have a very, very fulfilling college experience without engaging with substance.
And something that Andre and I have learned working in this role is that some students have a ton of alcohol education and some have almost none. So please take a look at this slide. It's a good one to take a picture of. But here are a bunch of different tips for a safer night out, and some apply to everyone, including hydrating and eating. Simple stuff, but just taking the time to actually do it is huge. And a lot of students recently, when I show them this, they say, you know what, I'm going to make sure my phone's not at 10%. And I'm like, okay, cool. That means you can find your friend who wandered off and you can call 911 and you can also just get that Uber or Lyft if you need to. And then if you are drinking, we've hinted at this before, but a big one is to be careful with mixed drinks. And the reason for that, it's really hard to know how much alcohol's in them. So you can order one drink, but it actually affects you like three because there's three standard drinks worth of alcohol. And another one, avoid mixing with other drugs. We mentioned that, but I want to highlight cannabis because it can increase the risk of greening out or getting sick from too much cannabis. And for some people, cannabis makes it harder to vomit. And if there's a lot of alcohol still in your stomach, it's better to vomit if you need to. So that's pretty risky. And yeah, a lot of them are common sense. So I encourage you to just pick the one or two that maybe you're not doing that you want to try this coming year. And Andre, I know you have one that you're really passionate about.
Yes. So Jen and I see a lot of students who go to the hospital. We do one-on-one drug education with them to make sure that this doesn't happen again. And something that we routinely see in all ages of students is that if you have no experience with alcohol, going shot for shot with somebody because you're mimicking behavior, you think that that's what you should be doing, that is incredibly dangerous and is going to increase your risk of going to the hospital or even going to jail if you're mixing other substances like stimulants. So please, please, please check. There's a blood alcohol concentration checker like calculators online. So you can give your biological sex, you can give your weight, and then the number of drinks in an hour or what you've been drinking. So that way you can kind of have a guesstimation and know what maybe your innate tolerance is. So it's incredibly important that you're using these tips instead of having trial and error usage of substance. And then just to make sure that everybody's very safe with a very common contaminant that is in any illicitly purchased substance, it is so high that the probability of fentanyl or fentanyl analogs, a synthetic opioid, is present in our drug network here and across the nation. And so we have a thriving opioid overdose prevention program where students can learn about opioid overdose, what are the symptoms, what are the causes, how to reduce harm, and how to use Narcan, which is the opioid overdose reversal medication. And you can receive that for free. So we give out 2 doses of Narcan, we give out 2 fentanyl test strips, so many resources. And then we update you, especially after you give us your email, we update you probably about every 3 months on if there's anything in the drug network changing and or if we have new opportunities for you. So we'll talk a little bit about opioid overdose at WOW, but you can always find us at the health center for no cost to get these after a 10 to 15 minute training. And then we have a thriving recovery community as well here. So we have a collegiate recovery program started by Davis Hennigar in 2018, who went to alcohol and drug programming offsite, came back to campus, and saw there's really no community for students in recovery or those that are trying to moderate or those that are sober curious or have been impacted by the addiction of others. So he started Mustangs for Recovery with Campus Health and Wellbeing, and it has only grown since. We have weekly meetings, both AA, focused, Al Anon impacted, sober curious meetings. We have monthly socials so that students can engage with the collegiate experience in a safe and non-pressured environment without substance. We want to make sure that students know that they can have that very fulfilling collegiate experience. We also have peer-to-peer support. You can work with a student who's in recovery and or myself. And we just want to make sure that we support those that are in and or seeking recovery resources. So we're readily available should you need us.
And we will see you all again at WOW, and we'll go back to intentionality and how alcohol impacts the body so you all can make informed choices. And we'll touch on ways to say no, because that can be tricky when you're in a new place with new people. We will review must help and safer use again. And we will do a quick Narcan training, as Andre mentioned, but we'll share the signs of an opioid overdose and when to actually use Narcan. And we'll touch on other drugs as well, including tobacco, nicotine, cocaine, hallucinogens, etc. And we also have a toolkit. So if any of these are of interest to you, or you're like me and you like to read everything before you show up, feel free to scan this and you can learn about all these other drugs, see some of the research and stats behind it too. It is recently updated. And with that, I just want to emphasize you're not alone. Please reach out to Andre and I and the Health Center. There are tons of resources for you, as well as the Transfer Center, NSTP, housing, whatever you need. And if you need to have this conversation with your supporters or with your new friends, I encourage you to do so. And you're not alone. We're all here for you. Welcome to Cal Poly. And we can take some questions now as well. We have a bit of time.
All right. They're going to stick around for a little bit of questions. We are a tad bit ahead on schedule. If you have anything, drop it in the Q&A. Do you mind putting, there you go. Thank you, Andre. Yeah. But we are a tad bit ahead of schedule. But for this next part, after they do a little bit of Q&A, we're going to be going on break. We've got some processing questions that we're going to put up momentarily after we get this QR code scanned. I think it's all good. But as you take that break, we're going to be reconvening at, I believe, check. Looks like 2:30. So roughly half an hour. Do what you need to do. Processing questions will be put up on the big board just a moment, but please keep asking those questions in Q&A. We'll be answering them. So thank you all.
Okay, I see the questions. So I see where would the on-campus Narcan be located? The first 4 weeks of school, we will have it on the Health Center lawn every Thursday from 3:30 to 5:30. And we will tell you that again at WOW. But Thursdays, 3:30 to 5:30, first 4 weeks of school. And you can also schedule a one-on-one with Andre if the drop-in hours don't work. And I think we'll be having additional drop-in hours, but they're not solidified, so we'll share that at WOW as well.
They are. They are solidified. It's Wednesdays 11 to 1 p.m. So 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. and then Tuesdays from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. So all on the Health Center lawn. You'll get very comfortable with where we are, where Building 27 is. That's the Health Center. It's a one-stop shop for your mental health, your physical health, and your emotional well-being. So please find us there. Great questions, though.
Andre, I got the Thursday one. Could you type the other ones to everybody? I can start answering the what should we bring, but I think if NSTP adds in, that would be great. Wear comfortable shoes, bring sunscreen, bring a water bottle. You're going to be really busy. So whatever you need, I almost think of it like a day at Disneyland. Like you're going to be on the go and having fun.
Yeah, Jen touched on most of it. We also ask that you bring $40 just for like off-campus events. Sometimes your WOW leaders will plan to go like kayaking or axe throwing. I know my friends t took their WOWies paintballing. So just to pay for that, because that isn't paid by the university or by your WOW leaders, please bring $40 just so you have a little bit of off-campus cash to spend. Yes, Week of Welcome is an all-day thing. You're going to be meeting with your WOW leaders at about 9 a.m. every day. Sometimes they do breakfast on your own, and you might meet at like 9:30. It's up to your Week of Welcome leaders' discretion with how they make their daily location sheets. If you're an off-campus student, I know this is a transfer group, so if you're commuting from off-campus, your Week of Welcome will end at 6 p.m. every day. If you're a on-campus student, it'll end at 11 p.m. every day. But it is kind of an all-day thing. There's going to be breaks sprinkled in, but yeah, most of the day. Week of Welcome Part 2. If you mean the virtual Part 2, the slow days Part 2 with the advising, they can be with you if that's what you're interested in. It's mainly for the students, and the parents aren't, or I guess the supporters aren't necessarily needed. But if they want to be with you, they can. During the week of welcome, part two, the only part that the parents should be at or the supporters should be at is Big Full Welcome, which is the 19th, the evening, I believe 7 to 9 p.m. Past that, they're free to bounce, and then it's all you doing week of welcome stuff. Oh, yes. Okay. The two different week of welcome versions. We have something called a CCE track, which is cross-cultural experience, and then we also have just the regular transfer track. Regular transfer track is going to basically be the regular track, nothing super special. You'll have a little bit of overlap with CCE at the bonfire because that's kind of a joint event between the two. Cross-cultural experience aims to kind of, give students time to like mingle with people who may be from the same or from different cultures. They've got their own opening and closing. They have their own specialized events. They have their own bonfire that they go to. Kind of along with the transfer track, it's kind of the same kind of grouping, but they go as a group. Or last year they had buses. This year I don't believe they'll have buses, but just slightly different programming. It's very fun. But if you're not into that, if you want just like the regular week of welcome experience, just the regular track is fine. For work or other obligations like family time or like you need to take care of a loved one, there are going to be required events for Week of Welcome. There's going to be required presentations, and your Week of Welcome leaders will be instructed what those required presentations are. Those should be, we try to condense them into one day's worth of programming. I think it might be split a little bit across 2 days just because we can fit it all in one day. But there will be required events and then everything else is not required. So if you have a work that is during a not required thing, you're welcome to not come. You're welcome to go work. If during a required event you have something else you need to go to, touch base with your WOW leader. They'll touch base with us and make sure that it's like a valid reason, and then we'll figure it out. Are on-campus transfer students paired together for the group? Yes and no. Last year, I had a couple on-campus and a couple off-campus. I'm not sure if that's what we're still going to be doing. I believe it's going to be all either on-campus or all off-campus. Although I'm not 100% sure, you will be if you're you're all transfers. When you're in a transfer group, though, everyone is going to be a transfer. None of you will be paired with a first-year week of welcome group. You'll be with transfers the entire time. But you might be on campus, off campus, might be a mix. I think you'll be all on campus or all off campus, but still TBD, not totally sure yet. Is Week of Welcome optional? There are events that are optional. Like I said, there's like paintballing that some groups go to. Sometimes there's axe throwing. There's just going downtown, going for a hike. That stuff is optional. We recommend you go to that just to like meet new people, have fun. But those are optional events. There are required events though. That's going to be like the alcohol and other drugs presentation. That's going to be the awareness gallery. That's going to be the sexy show, which covers kind of like sexual health and well-being. These are required events. Although like those aren't a ton of the WOW time. There's a lot of time for like having dinner, having lunch, going and having fun. So Go to those required events. You are required, and there will be attendance taken, so we'll know if you're not there. But those not required events, touch base with your WOW leader if you don't want to be there for some valid reason, but some of them just aren't required. Looks like Dale is covering some other questions. When will we know what groups or the schedule for Week of Welcome? Groupings are still kind of in the process right now. We're going to be sending out your group number a little bit later as school gets closer, just because there's a lot of last minute switching that happens. We don't want to send that out and then switch a bunch of people. So you'll know when school like gets a little bit closer as we get closer to Week of Welcome and grouping. Schedule for WOW is going to be a day of kind of thing. The schedule for the first day is set for every group. You're either going to be part of the early or the late grouping. If you're part of the early grouping, you meet up, get dinner, go to Big Full Welcome. If you're part of the later grouping, you eat dinner, meet up, and then go to Big Full Welcome. Past that, schedule is pretty much to your leader's discretion. We have a couple guidelines like internally, but they're going to craft their own schedule, have their own events, have their own times for lunch and dinner and locations and stuff like that. So once you get in your grouping, August 19th, when you like fully move in, Week of Welcome starts, that's when you'll know your schedule. And then same thing, is there an itinerary you'll know day of? Like I said, schedules required events. It's going to be day of. I forget which day we tried to cram them in. I want to say Saturday, but don't quote me on that. That's not like for sure. You'll know day of. We can't like send out the schedules yet just because each group is very different. So once WOW starts, touch base with your WOW leader, and then you'll know more of the schedule, more of those required events. Um, Got a lot of people answering. Perfect. Um, Yes. Oh, I see your question. So to summarize, if we have other obligations, let the leader know. Yes. If you have work or have to take care of someone or car breaks down or some valid reason why you can't be there, let your leader know. And then they'll touch base with orientation leadership team and the pro staff and stuff like that. And we'll make sure that your attendance is either marked as like couldn't come for valid reason or whatever it is. Just communicate if you can't and you have other obligations. Yeah. Answer that, answer that.
Excellent. Thank you all so much. I think we'll head out and we can't wait to see you during WOW. Thanks for having us here, y'all.
Thank you, Andre. Thank you, Jen. All right. And then, like I said earlier, keep those questions rolling. We'll be hanging around for a little bit, but you're all on break until about 2:30, I think is when the schedule said. Yes, 2:30. So reconvene at 2:30. Here's those processing questions just to think about what we heard from alcohol and other drugs presentation. But we'll see you in about 20 minutes. All right. Hi, everyone. We're going to get started in just a couple minutes. We have some technical difficulties on our end, so we're either going to be pulling up that video shortly or we're going to get John in here. But we're going to get started in just a couple of minutes. We're just figuring that out, but thank you all for bearing with us.
Hello and welcome. My name is John, and I'm with the Student Accounts Office. And I'm really sorry I cannot be there with you in person today. So I'm going to do the next best thing, and I've put this together from our offices here in the administration building. And we'll see how it goes. I mean, it's a video in this big room. It's almost 40 minutes of material, all about everybody's favorite subjects, money. I'm not Steven Spielberg. I'm not Leonardo DiCaprio. I may look a little bit more like Stanley Tucci, but I don't have a style or panache. And I'm working with material that has as much entertainment value as a used up parking meter. At least when I'm. Here we go.
All right.
Hey,
Hey,
folks.
John. Sorry about that. We
Hey.
started playing your video, but
That's all right.
hopefully you all got a little bit of information from that. We have the real man, the myth, the legend, John, with us here today. He's going to be talking about student accounts and financials. So please give your attention to John in the flesh this time.
All right, and let me just see what I can do about sharing my screen. 1 second, where is it? Um, hmm. All right, 1 second. In order to get out, in order to get back in, I did this, and I want that gone, and I want this, and we are going to set that. And now see if that looks correct. All right. Well, welcome. And yeah, my name is John. I'm from the Student Accounts Office. Sorry about the small delays there and getting in and coming over as a panelist, but I'm happy to be here with you. We do have a fair amount to cover in today's presentation. So without any other ado or delays, let's get into what we're going to be talking about. There is a lot to cover for you as a brand new Mustang and becoming a financially successful one at that. So we're going to start with the important rule of the road that we have here at Cal Poly. And this is hugely important rule of the road because it drives pretty much everything we do in student accounts as well as for the financial aid office. We're going to go into some valuable resources that we have for you. We're also going to talk about what to pay, when to pay, how to pay, a little bit of the specifics in the granular. We're not going to get too much into that, but we will cover some of it. Near the end, I do have a Financial Aid 101 primer for you. We are not the financial aid office. Student accounts and financial aid are separate parts, but we do actually work right next to each other. We're in the same main office in the same shared services center. So they are not doing this presentation today. They just let me kind of encapsulate that into the presentation I'm going to do here. And then at the very end, we have a Mustang punch list. This is put together mostly for first years, but it will apply to you. Some of the dates may be a little bit different. I'll identify what that is. But it does outline everything that's going to happen between right now and, well, August 24th and if potentially even September 1st, if you have some housing here on campus that you're going to be doing. All right. Let us start your journey here at Cal Poly with a trip to England. When you get into England and you land at Heathrow Airport, first thing you're going to notice once you get your baggage and get out into ground transportation is they have a very unusual rule of the road there. They drive on the left side of the road. The left side's the right side side's the wrong side. You can say whatever you want about those crazy Brits. They don't know what they're doing, and we Americans know the proper side of the road to be on. If you choose to fight the rule of the road they have in England when you're in England, I promise you, you're not going to get the best results. So what do we have instead? We have our own rule right here at Cal Poly, and that rule of the road is that it is the student account. It is not the family account. It's not the parent account. It is the student account, because students, ultimately, you are responsible for your own education. Whether it's not just going to the classes, not just getting the grades, not getting the degree, but also facilitating the payments for all the costs that you're going to incur here at Cal Poly. Because ultimately, if you leave Cal Poly and there's still a bill that hasn't been paid, it will be on your shoulders. That is your responsibility. And since you own the liability, we just figure in the spirit of learn by doing, you also get to own all of the responsibility of facilitating the payments for that. So as such, student accounts only communicates with you, the student, mostly through email, sometimes through the portal. Money Matters, we'll talk about that in just a moment. But we only communicate with you. We do not communicate with supporters. We do not communicate with parents. Don't communicate with grandparents, sponsors, anybody else. Nope, only you. And so it's a huge responsibility, because ultimately those bills, if they don't get paid, you're the one that's going to be paying the price in some form of adverse consequences. And to help you be financially successful and not have those adverse consequences, most of what I'm going to be talking about today is kind of built around this main rule of the road. I'm going to let that simmer for just a moment, because I do want to give a little bit of an introduction for me and why I'm here. My name, again, is John. I'm in the Student Accounts Office. I'm the Solution Support Facilitator for Student Accounts. Essentially, that means I'm responsible for all inbound and outbound communications here at Cal Poly. And we have quite a bit of inbound and outbound communications here in the Student Accounts Office. And that it's up to 150 to 200 phone calls a day when we get into our busy season. We're not quite there yet, but we're getting close. I don't take all those calls. There's no way one human being could do that, but we do have some great student assistants that help me out. And in fact, they're your best resource. Students, if you're calling our office, you're going to more likely than not speak with one of our student assistants, very well trained. And not only that, they're students. They've been through the same thing as you're going through. They have the same tools at their disposal. They can help walk you through it. They are your peers, and they are here to help. So anyway, you're going to be contacting our office. My job in solution support is to make sure that you are getting a path, a solution to whatever issue it is you're having with student accounts and student financial services. Now, one other thing, which is more for the supporters' benefit, but one other thing that is part of why I'm here, I've had two young people go through college, two kids. My son is now 32, almost 33, and my daughter is 31. Yes, they went to school more than 10 years ago. Unfortunately for my pocketbook, they didn't go to a state school. They went to some other expensive institution. But I have been where supporters are right now. And that is, here's this person, this young person who's you've raised from nothing. You've done everything for them up to at least a certain age when they were younger. And now this guy in this video presentation is saying it's the student account and ultimately the student's responsible. I've been in that seat knowing the great giddy glee that comes with raising a young person and watching them spread their wings. And I've also dealt with the kind of frightful part about it's a lot of money. I know it's a lot of money. And can my kid handle it? And so I'm here to share with you some knowledge that I have from personal experience, as well as personal experience with my own kids. They can handle it. They can handle the responsibility. It is a shift. It is a transfer of responsibility. And anything we can do to help make that transfer as smooth as possible, smooth the road a little bit, we're happy to help out with that. And supporters, you can also let go of that responsibility. It is something that you are going to be strongly encouraged to do sooner than later. And we do encourage you to let the students do what they are so good at doing. I've watched more than 60,000 students go through this university here alone. And I can tell you down to a very small handful that maybe struggle with some things. Kids can handle it. Students can handle it. And we're here with all the resources to make sure that they are successful with that. All right, so let's kind of get into some resources that we have for you and some general resources to start this presentation. The first, bestest, most general resource that we have is our student accounts website. The student accounts website you're going to get to by just typing in that address bar SA, that's 2 letters, short for student accounts, sa.calpoly.edu. And when you hit that and you hit enter, you are going to be taken to a website that looks very similar to this. There's some things a little bit different, but generally speaking, this is what it's going to look like. We have upcoming due dates for the current term, or upcoming term rather, at the top in the banner. We've got great resources on this website. We have a fee estimate calculator that allows you to dial down to the dollar what your cost is going to be for fall term, as well as this upcoming academic year, based on what college you're attending, in state or out of state, right? So this is a really good fee estimate calculator, and it's very nimble, and you answer about 5 questions, and bang, you get numbers that are really accurate. But we also have on this website, and this is really helpful for you right now, our video guides. These video guides are in 2 sections. One is for supporters, and that's really just a rehash of this presentation. It is about 5 years old now, so it's being updated right now, and hopefully it'll be up within the next week or 2. But even with the screenshots being a little bit outdated, it still is the same information. So if you missed something in this presentation, the supporter video guides are going to give you a rehash of what I'm presenting here today. And then the student guides, those are short. They're 2 to 3 minutes long each. There are about a dozen of them, maybe a little bit more. And they have step-by-step instructions, including screenshots for pretty much every task we're going to be talking about students having to take care of today. So those are your best resources in general, and they're all on our website at sa.calpoly.edu. Now, for students, we have for you something called Money Matters, and Money Matters is in your Cal Poly portal. So you're going to type my.calpoly.edu in the address bar. You're going to get logged in, and on that main home screen of your Cal Poly portal, right across the top, you're going to see a tab that says Money Matters. And when you click on it, it is going to show you unpaid balances that are currently sitting out there. And if once they've been paid, they disappear from that main screen. And we'll talk a little bit more about what you will see or won't see in that. But unpaid balances, so you know what bills still need to be paid with Cal Poly. And we recommend, as financial literacy 101 really is, pay attention to your money matters on a regular basis. Maybe make Monday a Money Matters Monday. Doesn't have to be every day you're checking Money Matters, but you should check it at least once a week, because once a week frequency is going to be, well, I remember what I saw last week and this is different, so I need to be paying attention. Whereas if you did it once a month, I promise you it'll probably be different the next time you look, and you're probably going to be late on some kind of due date. So once a week with Money Matters. And remember, all the communication students we have is going to go directly to you. So if you want somebody to get that email you got, you're going to have to forward it to them. There's no way to put somebody else on our list. We only communicate with you through your Cal Poly email address by email or through Money Matters in your Cal Poly portal. And by the way, when we communicate only to your Cal Poly email address, we do recommend not forwarding your email to another server like Google or Yahoo. Or if you do, keep it a copy in your Microsoft 365 Outlook so that you can check it, because any email from anybody at Cal Poly, your professors who might have some important information for you, student accounts, the financial aid office, the office of the registrar, they're all going to communicate to you through that calpoly.edu email address, and it will be in your inbox, where once it gets sent off to Yahoo or Google, it's entirely possible it will find its way into your spam folder, and you'll miss important information coming from this university. Just a little tip there for you. All right. So, but it is a student account. It's not the family account. It's not the mom and dad account. What do we have for supporters? Well, we have a number of resources. We have three major ways that students can keep their supporters in the loop. The first of which I'm going to talk about is called Share My Information. Now, Share My Information is a reporting portlet. It's been created by our own IT services department here at Cal Poly. And this reporting portlet allows supporters through these reports to see anything the student wants them to see, and things that are very, very similar to what's in Money Matters, including account balances, what's due and when, by which date, and to which bucket. It's all there in Share My Information reports, and they're very robust. And the other thing that's available in Share My Information reports that is not currently available in our payment portals is pending anticipated financial aid. So students, if you do have financial aid and you want your supporters to be in the loop on what's going on with your account, not just charges that are posting, but financial aid that may be coming in and covering some of those charges, you will want to set up Share My Information reports with your supporters. This is just going to prove to be really, really helpful for them. And so we are going to make sure that they can see all of this information, but you students are the ones who get to set them up. And if it's all up to you, and you can, when you're setting up Share My Information reports, you can check boxes that allow them to see financial aid, account balances, bills. You can share your grades with them, or you can choose not to share any of these things by unchecking the box. The reports are real time based on the check boxes that are currently available in the Share My Information reports that are set up by the student. But you can go in any time and uncheck a box if you want to stop that from showing up in a report. And the next time somebody goes and pulls that report, it won't be there anymore. So that's one of three ways we have for students to keep their supporters in the loop. The last of the general resources we have for all of you is our office. We're here 8 to 5, Monday through Friday. That's the phone number, 805-756-1428. We're here 8 to 5, Monday through Friday. You'll either talk with me or you'll talk with one of the great student assistants in our office who are very qualified, know their stuff, and are going to be able to help you out. And we are here to help you. Queue times can get a little bit accelerated this time of year, especially as we get into our heavy service mode, but we do have a callback feature too. So if you call in, you can put your number in the queue. You will get a call back on that number whenever your name comes up next in the queue. But generally speaking, we're answering calls within 2 to 5 minutes at the most, even during the heaviest of service load times. You can also send us an email, studentaccounts@calpoly.edu. Just understand it can take us a couple of days to respond to those. And especially with questions that are fairly detailed, phone calls are way better. They take far less of both of our times and resources, and are more likely to get you a quick answer to your question so you can move on with a solution, whatever that might be. All right, now it's time to talk about the second way students and supporters can keep themselves meshed up together, and this one's federal law. It's called the Family Education Rights and Privacy Act. And basically what that law, which by the way goes by the acronym FERPA, basically what that law says, students, your information is yours and nobody else's. Our office, financial aid office, missions office, we're not allowed to share that information with anybody without the student's consent. And it's not just implied, it is actually direct consent. And the way that consent is granted is by the student through a module in their portal. So students, to find your authorized to release FERPA module, you're going to start in Money Matters. Right below that Go Make a Payment Now button are 6 self-service options. One of them will say authorized to release FERPA. And when you click on it, it will open the module where you see a place where you can put somebody's name in. Right next to that is a access code. It's going to be looking for 4 numbers there. And then how long this authorization will last. And it can last up to 5 years. You just pick the date. Now that authorization is going to be ready to go, but you do still have to authorize offices, multiple possibly, and each person needs at least one authorization under their name in order for that office to be able to be authorized to give that particular piece of information out to that particular person. All right. And if each office has multiple authorizations, for example, our office has 2 authorizations that are right there. And the financial aid office has 3. So if you are a financial aid student, you want to be able to authorize both offices to share anything with your supporter. Each person in those at the top box is going to want 5 lines underneath those authorizations. So I did kind of quickly skip over probably the most important part of this whole thing. I said you plug in the person's name, and then right next to it, you're going to give them a 4-digit access code. And this is done by the student in their Cal Poly portal. Now, let's talk really quickly about what happens when you call either our office, student accounts, or you call the financial aid office. We're going to ask, the first question we're going to ask is, what is the student EMPL ID or social security number so we can see the student account? Those are the only 2 identifiers we're allowed to use in order to review a student account and pull direct information on that particular account. We don't really like speaking in generalities because we have thousands of students here, and every student has a slightly different case. I don't want to speak in generality and give you the wrong information. So we do want to look at the account, but we can only use one of those 2 identifiers. And frankly, it's not the greatest idea to be sharing social security numbers with anybody when you're making phone calls. So we do recommend getting that EMPL ID. It's a 9-digit number. It begins with a 0. Most of you are going to have a number that starts with 03. And you can find that number in personal info of your Cal Poly portal students. So for that, you're going to want to go to my.calpoly.edu, main screen, but instead of Money Matters across the top, you're going to be clicking on Personal Info tab. Then look for your name, and then right under your name is going to be a 9-digit number. Pull that number out, put it, save it in your phone, someplace where you can access it quickly and easily, so you don't have to log into your portal to get that number when you're talking to somebody, because that takes time and you're going to get timed out and you're going to have to log back in and maybe you'll get duoed. It just takes time, and we don't want you wasting your time doing that. So get that number out, someplace where you can quickly, easily access it, and make sure you share that number with your supporters or anybody that might be contacting the university on your behalf, because it is a very safe identifier to use. It's only useful here at Cal Poly. If it gets stolen, it's really not going to matter to anybody, because unless they really want to do something at Cal Poly. So let's get that number out. Make sure you share that. So that's the first question we're going to ask. Now, once somebody gets past that and we're looking at the student, we know, by the way, supporters, we know who you are. You can pretend to be the student, but I mean, I've done 30,000 plus phone calls in my career here at Cal Poly. So pretty good at identifying you. I know people laugh when I say supporters will try to impersonate the student, but it happens. And so just do this instead. We're going to ask, all right, so we got the student account up on our screen. Please share with me your name and your 4-digit access code for FERPA authorization. So students, the supporters are really pretty good at that first question. They do know their name and they can give that. But the second part is the part where we have a breakdown. Because remember, I said right next to their name when you're doing authorized release is a 4-digit access code. And that 4-digit access code is where you're going to assign them a number. And that number they need to know, because when they call our office, that's the second part of that second question. What is your name and what's that 4-digit access code for FERPA authorization? And if you don't share that with them, we end up playing the guessing game, which is, oh, geez, I don't know. Is it 1, 2, 3, 4? No? How about 1, 1, 1, 1? How about 1994? I mean, we hear them all, right? And we play this guessing game, and it can take 30 to 45 seconds for hopefully them to guess it right and not have to go contact you, get the number, and then call us back, which takes even more of their time. And I said, we do 150 to 200 phone calls a day in our heaviest service load. If you add 30 to 45 seconds to every one of those phone calls, we're wasting hours of time that we could be giving somebody great information and helping them towards a solution to their issues, playing the guessing game about the FERPA access code. So students, when you are setting up authorized to release for your supporters, please make sure you share your EMPL ID and that 4-digit access code with them so that we can get right to the guts of their question and get them the answers that they're looking for. All right, let's get into some nitty gritty: what to pay, when to pay, how to pay. And we'll start with the numbers. What to pay. First off, Cal Poly's finances, we post charges and collect payments for 3 entities here on campus. Those 3 entities are registration and other fees. That is the state. They're the ones who are doing your education. Then we have university housing, who manage all the housing, the rooms you're staying in, the beds you're sleeping in here on campus. We don't do anything for housing that's off campus, only university housing. We post charges and collect payments as well for campus dining. So if you're in our on-campus dining program, there are going to be charges there for potentially for dining on your student account. Those are 3 different areas. We're posting charges and collecting payments for all 3 of them. And if you pay us $750 and you put it in the housing bucket, but you meant it to go to the dining bucket, well, we're going to give that money to housing because that's what you told us to do. And then you come back and you say, oh, that didn't go to the right place. I really meant to pay dining. Now we can move it. It is an extremely manual process. It's basically us going to housing and saying, hey, they messed up. We need that money back. Can you send it back to us? Now let's send it over to dining, right? And it takes 2 to 3 days. There might be a registration hold on the account at that time. And it's not the best use of important resources for us to be moving it around. So we just do ask, when you are making a payment, make sure you're paying the correct box or bucket in the payment portals so that we can make sure the fees are applying where they need to, and we can avoid registration holds or other things that might result from a payment not being on time. Remember, we only communicate with you students mostly by email, but also through the Money Matters tab in your Cal Poly portal. So let's take a peek at what that might look like. This is what Money Matters is going to look like for a first-year student, College of Liberal Arts, in first-year housing and first-year dining. Your numbers are going to be different. You may not be in dining. You may not even be in housing. You're a transfer student, right? So your numbers may be different. This is an in-state, by the way, resident student, and we only are posting charges for fall semester. We post charges based on enrollment, 1 term at a time, not the whole year. Just fall term is out here. Registration and other fees, housing and dining. If you do have housing and dining that's through our on-campus facilities, that housing and dining will get broken up, but those are the balances for the term. This is what you see, unpaid so far. We give you the total there. Now, don't get too married to this screenshot because Money Matters is under a significant makeover, and it will look considerably better once we are completed with that, including the fact that financial aid that's pending but not yet released will be viewable on this main screen. So we're really excited about that. Right now, it's on that 4th tab over that says financial aid. All right, that's what to pay us. How about when to pay? First off, basic due dates are posted on our website. So if you go to our website at sa.calpoly.edu, you're going to see that banner across the top for the upcoming term, and it shows that fees are past due on August 20th. That means they're due August 19th, past due on the 20th. We do have class cancellation. That is scheduled for 9/1. You definitely want to make sure that any balances that are unpaid at that point are paid by 9/1 because you don't want to lose your classes, right? But basically, the due date is August 19th, past due on the 20th. Those are a general system-wide due dates. There are some times when maybe the due date might get delayed, especially if you just recently registered right prior to the due date, because we're going to give you a minimum of 7 days to make that payment. But that's a really important resource, especially for supporters who are not here on campus. And maybe if you don't have access to any of the other things like share my information or even payment portals, which we'll talk about in a moment, then you can at least say, well, I know that fees are supposed to be due on August 19th and past due on the 20th for this upcoming term. Students in Money Matters can see this. It's called Unpaid Charges. It's a sub-tab of Money Matters right next to that student account balance, and it shows what's due and when into which bucket. Again, now this is a first year, and what we did is we took the housing and dining, and we automatically will break that up into 4 payment due dates and amounts, first of which is due September 1, then October 1, November 1, and December 1 for housing and dining. Note the registration and other fees here is only got one due date, and that is August 19th, and one amount. Now, if you find that that may be problematic for you because it's a lot of money all at once, you can break that up into 4 payment due dates and amounts. It's called a term payment plan. This is done by the student any term that they want it, but it is not done automatically for you like housing and dining is taken care of. If you do want a term payment plan and break it up into 4 payment plan amounts, that's fine. That's wonderful. Just go into your student center and set up a term payment plan for that particular term. The due dates will be August 19th, September 19th, October 19th, and November 19th for this fall term. We always start with the same system-wide due date that you see there. And by the way, if you want some assist with that, as well as how to set up Share My Information reports, remember those video guides I talked about on our website? They do have step-by-step instructions, including screenshots on how to do these things. So that, again, if you miss something here or I go too fast, which I tend to do, you do have the resource that will walk you through how to take care of that. Remember, general dates are on our website. Student-specific dates are viewable in Money Matters. Past due typically is going to result in a registration hold, which means if you get a registration hold, you cannot add or change classes or move off of a wait list. Now, that may not be problematic this first term because hopefully you're going to get into the classes you need and want when you have that opportunity. But do all that before fees are due or past due. But in the event that you have a fee that's past due, you're going to get a registration hold, and it will prevent you from even moving off of a wait list. So you do want to make sure you're paying attention to those due dates in unpaid charges or in payment portals, which will show similar information. We do not charge interest or we do not charge late fees, just the registration hold, but it's an extremely effective compliance tool. And yes, we do still have class cancellations. They do happen about 10 days after the due date, and you definitely want to make sure that the registration and other fees has been picked up by that date because we don't really want you to cancel your classes. We tend to only cancel very small numbers every term because we work really hard to make sure that you're aware of that due date and that payment gets in on time. If you do have pending financial aid that doesn't go in when it's supposed to, it could potentially defer you from getting some kind of additional fees. That is certainly something that's possible, but hopefully your financial aid will go in as it's supposed to. There are reasons why it wouldn't, and we want to make sure, we'll talk a little bit more about that in just one moment. So that again is what Money Matters looks like for you, the student. Unpaid charges is right next to that. And again, it shows what's due and when into which bucket. Okay. How to pay the university. We have lots of ways you can pay the university. We're willing to take money in a lot of different ways here at Cal Poly. We're willing for you to pay us online. We also are willing to allow a payment that comes to us electronically, but originates online at a 529 college savings account portal. We do take payments in person at our university cashier's office, and we will accept a check in the mail. But the contingent rules for all these are a little different on each of them. Online is absolutely the best way to pay the university because when you make a payment online through our payment portal, you are going to get instant credit for that payment as soon as you make it, as long as it's during regular business hours. If it's after hours, it might take a few hours for that process to complete and for the payment to post to the student account. But during regular business hours, you're going to get instant credit for the payment. If you pay us with an electronic check, which is like writing a paper check, if you know what that is, but it's an electronic transfer from a regular checking or savings account. You just need a routing number and an account number. That's information that's available in your banking app. And you write that payment out and you pull the lever and you say, yes, pay the university. You're going to get instant credit on your student account. That money's actually not going to come out of your bank account till the next business day. We use ACH protocol transfer requests. It stands for Automated Clearinghouse. It is the oldest electronic banking transfer protocol available, and we still use it. Works with any regular checking or savings account. Doesn't work so well with these newer institutions, especially like the big institutions, investment account type things. They don't really work well with ACH transfer protocols because they're not real banks, and they don't use an old banking protocol. They use something else. All right, so electronic checks are free, don't cost you anything to write those checks. If you do use a credit card or a debit card, which is certainly fine, get the same instant credit, you will get an additional 2.65% tack-on fee. That is the charge of Visa and MasterCard you charge for the pleasure of using their system. And essentially, most of that, you know what it pays for? It pays for those bonus miles you're getting on your credit card or debit card. It pays for the cash back you're getting on your debit card or credit card. So if you want that cash back, you want those bonus miles, that's great and wonderful, but you will have to pay for them. 2.65% additional charge that is non-refundable. Even if we refund the payment, that charge will not be refunded. Selected 529 accounts are on our payment portal. There are about 30 of them. They're all state-run accounts, the biggest of which is ScholarShare. So if you use ScholarShare, you can go use that Gold Make a Payment Now button in the student portal, and you can pay us directly from ScholarShare. There is a $10 transaction fee, which goes to the third party that facilitates those payments. And then international transfers are made available for international students to pay us from their home country, and that is done by a wire transfer that is negotiated through Flywire. Guarantee the lowest transfer rates. You're going to start the payment on our payment portal and then be redirected to Flywire's website to finish it. Now, I did say most 529 accounts and many institutions now, regular investment institutions, do have the ability to send us money electronically. You would go into the 529 portal and say, I want Cal Poly to receive X number of dollars. Please send it to Cal Poly electronically, and they should be able to do that. Now, there are a couple of big names. Fidelity is the biggest of all of them that does not play nice with any of our systems. They insist on sending us paper checks in the mail. So just keep that in mind. Not all institutions do this, but most of 529s do allow electronic payments. We'll get those payments in 2 to 3 business days. So while you don't get instant credit the time you pull the lever and say send the money, you do get the credit within a couple of business days, which is usually fast enough to deal with registration holds and or due dates that tend to be kind of rapid, especially for first-year students just coming to us in fall, which is you. All right. You can also pay us by cash or paper check at our university cashier's office. They do not do anything that you can do online. Why would you walk to the cashier's office and pay us with a credit card when you can just, from the comfort of your own home, use a credit card or a debit card, pay the fee, or write an electronic check? But they do take paper checks, and they do take cash at the cashier's office. And then, lastly, we will accept paper checks in the mail, but we cannot give you credit for that paper check in the mail until it actually arrives at the cashier's office, and they can manually post it to your student account. Please allow several weeks from the time you request that for the mail to get to us, and so the cashiers can process it. As soon as it hits the cashier's office desk, it will be processed that day. And they're processing stacks of checks coming in right now that are this thick. And they're very diligent about, we got payments, let's go. And they just rip through that pile as quickly as they can, and they get it done every day. We cannot give you credit until that payment is posted to the account, which again, you get instant credit for if you pay online. Students, you're going to pay online using the gold Make a Payment Now button that's in Money Matters. So you go to my.calpoly.edu, Money Matters across the top, big gold Make a Payment Now button, kind of right in the middle of a regular computer screen. Click on that. It will single sign-on securely log you in to CashNet, Transact, and Lumia's online payment portal. They are a third party. For security reasons, we use a third-party payment portal to process all of our payments. But you'll be in there securely, and you can make your payments from there. And it's super fast, pretty easy to use. Step-by-step instructions, including screenshots for navigating that, is available on our website on the video guides. But it is the student account. It's not the family account or parent account. Supporters, what do we have for you? Supporters, we have supporter payment portals, which you can get to and look just like the student payment portal. But first, the student has to invite you to have a supporter payment portal. So how is that done? Well, first off, we have a video guide with step-by-step instructions, including screenshots on how to send that payer invitation. Students are going to go into their portal. They're going to go to the Go Make a Payment Now button. They're going to get into their payment portal. They're going to send a payer invitation out. That'll be an email coming from our cashier's office. It potentially could go to spam, just so you know. It does come from our cashier's office, but it's not mailed from Cal Poly's email servers. It comes from Transact Illumia's mail servers. Sometimes it can find its way into spam, but it will get to you. And that email is very important. It has a validation link in it. That validation link must be clicked to validate that your email is legitimate. That's the first step. That email has a temporary password in it, and you're going to use that temporary password to log in with your email address as the username. Once you're logged in, it'll prompt you for a new password, and then you will be all set up to have your supported payment portal, which again looks exactly like the student payment portal. And you're going to access it using the Supporters Pay Here link that's in the Pay Online box that's on our website. Now, this box has been modified now that Maritime has been integrated with our student accounts here at Cal Poly. It just says Pay Online in the box, and Supporters Pay Here is the box that you want to be hitting. All right? So again, students, you're going to have to set that up. And again, like everything, anything you have to do, we have step-by-step instructions, including screenshots, on our video guides webpage at our website at sa.calpoly.edu. All right, here's your Financial Aid 101 primer. Wow, I'm going to rip through this in about 2 minutes. But first off, aid is offered to you by our financial aid office, which again is not student accounts. Anything associated with financial aid prior to disbursement, the size of your award, when it is released, any to-do list items, those are all questions for the financial aid office, and you will want to communicate directly with them about those questions. Student accounts takes the money afterwards, after it's been dispersed, and we apply it. But financial aid, if you have questions, if you think you're supposed to have an aid offer and you don't, contact the financial aid office right now and see what's going on with that. So financial aid is offered, then it has to be accepted. Now, free money, grants, scholarships, those are all going to be accepted for you because they're free money. There's no obligation to pay anything back. And why would you say no to free money? So those tend to be automatically accepted for you. There are a few exceptions there, but generally speaking, they'll be accepted for you. But loans are debt. And this university is not going to put you into debt without your permission. So you will have to accept any loans if you want them. And if you don't want them, then don't accept them. You can decline them using the accept decline box that is part of the financial aid section of Money Matters. Once you accept loans, especially, you are going to get to-do list items. There's entrance counseling, there's master promissory notes. Also, if you're using our financial aid system, even if you don't do loans, it is possible. About 1 in 4 students are flagged for verification. So that's just basically saying, hey, what you put in FAFSA, we just want to make sure that that's really true. And so you may have to submit documents to them. Make sure you're keeping an eye on that to-do list, students, especially if you have financial aid, because if there's a to-do list item that is out there that isn't done, it's entirely possible your aid will not disperse. And then you will be one of those that doesn't get their aid going in when it's supposed to, and you have past due balances that are sitting there, and you have aid over here, and nothing's happening, and you need to do something to unlock that. Keep an eye on your to-do list. It is in your student center. It is not in Money Matters. And then once aid is ready to go, 1 week before classes each term, aid is dispersed. It's sent to the student accounts office, and we apply it to first registration and other fees balances, and then to housing balances for that term and that term only. If there's enough to cover all your reg fees and tuition and all that, and then all your housing and all that for that term, and then there's still some left over, we're going to apply it to the dining balance. If there's enough to cover all of that as well, excess aid is going to be refunded to the student pretty quickly, almost always automatically. So that's our Financial Aid 101 primer. There is a longer version of this, by the way, on our video guides as well. All right, we're down to the punch list, and I'm down to my last minute. Whoa, trying to go as fast as we can. First off, and I joke about this, enjoy the zeros, especially recommendation is, and this is just part of this transfer of responsibility. Supporters want to know what's going on, students, in your lives a lot of the time. And it's really a kindness, and it can help them help you if you sit down before everything starts, show them what Money Matters looks like so they can understand what your portal is looking like because they can't see it. They're not supposed to be in your Cal Poly portal. That's your portal, not theirs, right? And while you're there, let them relish in the fact that those fees haven't posted yet. There will be no registration tuition until you are enrolled in classes, and that's not going to happen for a little bit. And there will be no housing and dining until August 6th when the housing assignments are completed and university housing and campus dining fees can be posted to the account and viewable in Money Matters. So in your case, you may have housing and dining fees even before you're enrolled in classes and have registration and other fees because you're supposed to be enrolling later after block enrollment for the first years is done. Make sure while you're there and you're walking around, do that authorized release. Don't forget the 4-digit access code and share that with, as well as your MPL ID with your supporters so they have all the information they need to get in and get answers to their questions quickly. Set up the supporter payment portal. You're going to do that through your own payment portal and the Go Make a Payment Now button, students. Set up Share My Information reports. It's especially useful if you happen to have financial aid because financial aid pending for the term is viewable in your portal under Money Matters in financial aid, I'm sorry, in Share My Information reports, but not in payment portals currently. We're working on fixing that, but that fix probably isn't going to happen until next spring at the earliest. Do accept any financial aid that you need in order to make sure the bills get paid on time, right? If you need loans, I understand they're dead, but if you need cash flow to get the bills paid on time, you don't want registration holds. They're a pain in the tail, and they can be at least disturbing, and they can slow down your academic progress. So do what you need to do, accept the financial aid, make sure you complete those to-do list items so that financial aid can go out in August. Fees will be viewable for first years by August 7th. For registration and other fees. For housing and dining for everybody, actually it'll be August 6th. We'll have those out there. Financial aid is going to disperse August 17th. It will become due August 19th, past due on the 20th. Registration holds will be applied at that time. Classes begin on August 24th. Then we get to September 1st, which is the first of the housing and dining due dates if you have housing and or dining here on campus posting to your student account. I did it. Yes. Right in under the wire, despite the delays in getting started just a few minutes later than we were supposed to. This is our contact information. I'll stick around and answer some questions in the chat as much as I can for a little bit. And thank you so much. You've been great. And hopefully this has been helpful. Do check us out on our website and do give us a call if you have any other questions.
Fantastic. Thank you, John. I tried to do my best in the Q&A. There was a couple questions I can't answer. So if you could just go through there, answer some of them, that'd be perfect. Next presentation we're going to be moving into is your final kind of send off. It's been a long day. Thank you for staying with us. Thank you for giving your attention to all these awesome presenters. I'm going to hand it over to, well, it's now your Mustang presentation. I'm going to hand it over to Jamie Patton. He is a fantastic member of the SLO community and a member of the Cal Poly community. So one last presenter, he's amazing. Please give him your attention.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jamie Patton. I'm humbled to serve as your Associate Vice President for Student Affairs with a focus on student development and belonging, and I'm humbled to welcome you here today. I encourage you to take a screenshot of my information. If you ever don't know where to go to or who to talk to, please know that I am a resource for you here at Cal Poly. I'm humbled to have been here for 9 years. And when you talk about learn by doing, it's something that we do, excuse me, every day here, both as faculty, staff, and most of all, you as students. You may have heard a presentation around our Mustangs for Inclusive Excellence, and that is our opportunity to share with you the resources that are here to make you feel like this is your home away from home. So while we only list 9 of the different spaces or programs that we have on our campus, know that we have programs such as our Center for Military Affiliated Students. So you might be a dependent of someone who's served in the military, or you might have served yourself. Know that we have a special place just for you, again, to call home and find camaraderie here on our campus. One of the things that I often like to talk about, if we don't have a place or a space for you, know that we can create it. It might not happen overnight, but I think about 2018 when I had an opportunity to connect with students from our Muslim student organization, and they just talked about their experience praying on campus and not having the proper spaces to pray the 5 times on campus, 5 times per day on campus. So we worked together. And after a couple of years, we found a donor. We worked with a couple of college deans, and now we have a proper prayer space, not just for our Muslim students, but for all of our students to find personal meaning space. In addition, we have 450 clubs and organizations, and say we don't have a club that you're interested in. So I encourage you, we don't have many people that need to, we have several opportunities for you to connect. Um, and create your own student organization, just like my friend Nate here on screen. Can we click to there? Nate, he likes soy sauce, and so what he did was he went and found another student who also had a passion for soy sauce. And lo and behold, last spring on Dexter Lawn, we now have a soy sauce club. And no matter what your passion is, what are your what your hobbies are, know that if we don't have a club and organization, it's very, very easy for you to identify like-minded folk and to create that organization. So hopefully over the last day and the last couple of hours on screen, you really know that you belong here at Cal Poly. When we talk about inclusive excellence, when we talk about all of the different resources here, know that you belong. You are seen, you are felt for all who you are. When we talk about belonging, know that we're talking about all identities. So people from all ethnicities, people from all races, people from all gender identities, people who are religious and who are not religious, people with diverse abilities, people of all social economic statuses, people of all political affiliations, people of all immigration status, and the list goes on. We just want you to know that you are a valued member of this community, just who you are, and we want you to shine bright every day. So throughout this day, hopefully you got a chance to understand, even virtually, the basic needs that you would need to support. So you should be familiar with Maslow's hierarchy of needs, written in 1954 by Dr. Abraham Maslow, where he talks about, food, water, shelter, and warmth, where you have the resources, and hopefully you are aware of those places and spaces where you get your physiological needs met. The next level is again that safety, and so hopefully you paid attention when Cal Poly PD and the different offices talked about the different resources with regard to if you don't feel like you're safe or if you need support in that area. The next level is really that piece of belonging. So, you might not have been able to do it that much in this virtual space, but know during Week of Welcome and your first semester and your first couple years here, that will grow. And so you might find um, you'll find many friends and you'll create family. And who knows, you might find your future spouse here at Cal Poly. I've seen it happen before. The next level belong or the next level is self-esteem. So again, learning about the programs, all the different resources and support, the Center for Leadership, the Center for Service and Action, the spaces that will help you out of the class find your space and find greater self-esteem. And then lastly, that self-actualization. Now that might not happen right away, but you can tap into, I encourage you to tap in to career services day one. They're not just a service for when you're about to graduate, they're a service that will help you as you're looking to identify internships, as you're looking to identify jobs and the different opportunities, those high impact practices, those things that we know will help you succeed in college. Now, this was written in 1954. I think if he were to rewrite it in 2026, he would include Wi-Fi and some of those basic needs that we all need. And then lastly, battery life. These are all the things that we keep in mind as we're creating the university that fits your needs every single day when you come to campus. So hopefully you got all majority of these needs met and or know the resources that are available to you when you get here in a few short weeks. One of the things that you'll hear, and you probably heard several times, was this thing called the Mustang Way, and know that it's not just a model; it's the way we live, it's the way we operate here, and we're looking forward to ways in which we can continue to define it. But now we're taking it a step forward, and this year, after 15 years, to say, okay, what does it mean? What does the Mustang Way mean? A, and two, or B, what does it mean to live the Mustang Way? So we're talking about living with integrity, and we're going to get you those resources to ensure that you're making responsible decisions even when people aren't looking. We strive for excellence. We know each and every one of you worked really hard and you're following your dreams to be a Cal Poly Mustang. And so we know that you're excellent students. We know that you're excellent beings, but we want to continue to we want to continue to support you in that way. We support one another, and more than anything, if we see something, we say something. If we find a Mustang that needs support, or we see a Mustang that is in a vulnerable situation, we say something, we do something, we get them the support. We step in without putting ourselves in harm's way. And then lastly, we value community. And one of the keys to valuing community is realizing that it's not just about our Cal Poly campus. It's also about the surrounding community. It's about every time that you set foot off campus with Cal Poly, with a hat, with a t-shirt, with a polo shirt. Anytime you step off campus, knowing that you represent excellence, you represent our great institution. Love, empathy, respect. I love continuing to highlight this. What I love about Love, Empathy, Respect is a group of staff and faculty came together just over a decade ago and said, what do we want to exude every day in our roles? And then students got involved into it. And the three words that they came up with was very simple: love, empathy, respect. We will treat everyone in love. We will be empathetic towards one another, but ultimately we respect one another. That might seem like something that was created by our marketing department, but again, what makes it stick for me is that it was not. This is something that was born out of a groundswell that continues to live today. So you'll see it on stickers, you'll see it on patches, you'll see it on posters as you cross campus, but that's truly how we continue to engage. And that's really what it means to be that Mustang. We talk about being a lifeline. We have a national clearinghouse. We are the home of the national clearinghouse for a program that talks about being a lifeline, not just being active, not just being a bystander, but being an active bystander. And so there are resources, you'll see opportunities, not just with fraternity and sorority life, but other spaces where you'll have an opportunity to engage and learn how you can be that lifeline that some people unfortunately did not have when they were students. There are two modules that you have to complete. You must complete, and they are mandatory by not just Cal Poly, but the state legislature and the California State University system that you have to complete. And our date is before we could welcome, so that's August 18th. My suggested date is August 18th. Do it before you come to campus. Why? Because if you don't have it completed by the 21st day of the semester, excuse me, you will not be able to register on time for your classes for the spring semester. So again, if you do not complete the sexual violence prevention for students module and the alcohol and other drug prevention education modules, you will not be able to register for the spring semester on time. So that is something that's very timely. It is located in your Cal Poly portal under your to-do list, and it's something that's mandated for you to complete. Again, those two modules are to help you out, whether you choose to engage with alcohol and other drugs. There's information in there about the resources that we have both here on campus and resources that you might not even know about the effects of utilizing alcohol and other drugs as emerging adults. The sexual violence prevention is very similar, where it talks about the resources that we have, including our SAFER program and all the resources that you need if you find yourself in an encounter where sexual violence is present. I encourage you to report if it does. If something does happen, I encourage you to let us know. We cannot change the university. We cannot change the institution if we are not aware of the things that are happening. So know that we will hold students accountable. We know that sexual violence and domestic violence and interpersonal violence happens. It's not just gender-based. It can happen to anyone. And again, we encourage everyone, any and everyone, if you happen to to have that experience to let us know. In addition, when we talk about living the Mustang way and being a lifeline, again, if you see somebody that's heading into a vulnerable situation or a situation that might not be favorable, and you may not know, but you have something in your gut that's saying, hey, they might not be right of mind or they might not be in a position to advocate for themselves, we encourage you to be that lifeline. If you see someone hurling hate speech or saying something that's rude or inappropriate or racist, we encourage you to, again, without putting yourself in harm's way, but to speak up to say, hey, that's not okay. That's what it's like to be an ally. We'll talk a little bit more about that in just a few short weeks during my session called Building Bridges. We are one Cal Poly. The last thing that I will leave you with, and it's kind of hopefully ending on a lighter note. But let's be clear, if you choose DoorDash or Uber Eats, please be sure to change the physical address. I didn't mention it here, but earlier, sometimes I mentioned it, sometimes today I did not. But our physical address is One Grand Avenue. And One Grand Avenue is a default for all of those apps. And that will take your delivery to Building 1 or the administration building. Let's be clear, at 5 o'clock every day, the administration building is locked down. It closes every day at 5 o'clock. So if your food is inside at 5 o'clock, it will be there in the morning. If your food is outside, like these insomnia cookies that were delivered to a group, I'm assuming a wild group last year. I'm hoping they got it, but they will sit outside all night. So again, be sure when you register for Uber Eats, Grubhub, DoorDash, to make sure you actually put your physical address if they're coming from off campus, because One Grand Avenue will have them delivered to the front door of the administration building. That's my time. I want to welcome you to the Mustang family. Again, I look forward to serving each and every one of you over the next 2, 3, maybe 4 years. I'm here at Cal Poly. My office is in the Mustang Commons. And again, if you don't know who to reach out to, know that you can reach out to Dr. J. Thank you so much for your time, your energy, and your attention during this virtual presentation today.
Ooh, that was perfect. Awesome. Thank you, Dr. Patton. That was amazing. That is our final presentation today. I'm going to go through some last little reminders, little recap of what you saw, just so that's still fresh in your mind. We've also gotten this question a couple times today. This video recording will be posted to the New Student and Transition Programs website in the coming days. So please, if you need to review, if there's anything you want to look over again, if you just need someone's email and you can't find it online, check our website in the coming days. We'll have it posted for a couple months and you can review it there. Just a recap of what we saw today. We heard some talks about mental health. We heard some talks from the SDAB centers about, inclusivity and how we can be inclusive ourselves. We heard some talks from the health center about alcohol and other drugs. Hopefully, I heard a little bit, but hopefully it was a little bit more transfer oriented for all of you. We heard about how to get involved in the career services that Cal Poly offers, as well as our community, and then some off-campus housing stuff. If you have any questions about that, please hit that Q&A, or we can direct you to the proper resources to answer any questions about that. So that's kind of a recap of today. Looking forward from now to WOW, just keep an eye on official kind of like methods of like communication. Keep an eye on that email, that Outlook. I had some questions also about if they're activated. If they are not activated yet, contact ITS services, but they should all be activated. I believe you needed it to be activated to get in here. So if you have any questions, contact ITS. During actual week of welcome, though, Mustang Move-In is going to be either Tuesday or Wednesday, August 18th or 19th, depending on your on-campus housing. If you're off-campus housing, you can move in whenever, although week of welcome is going to start that Wednesday evening of August 19th. If you're on campus, keep an eye once again on those official methods of communication, like the Outlook email, where you're going to be hearing more about when your time slot to move in is, what your day to move in is, all that good stuff. Week of welcome is going to start, like I said, the evening of the 19th and go until the 23rd, and then classes are going to start the 24th. So you're getting right into it, hitting the ground running. Then I mentioned this earlier, bring an additional $40 for the week of welcome experience. There's a lot of off-campus stuff that happens. So if you want to go participate in those optional off-campus events, please bring $40 so that you can go and have fun, go do whatever it is your week of welcome leaders have scheduled for you. So that's week of welcome. We have one little, I believe, hype video. Yes, this is about a 3-minute video, just to get you hyped about it.
I would say try as many things as you can physically do.
Are you excited to be at Cal Poly?
Good, how are you? This is the hardest part. You guys got this. This is really hard for me now.
My experience when I came to Cal Poly, I was a little nervous. I was a first-gen student, so my parents didn't really know anything about college, but they were able to set up my dorm with me, and ultimately it was a safe place for them to be like, okay, bye.
There's a part of coming to college that is scary. Regardless of where you come from and the university you go to, there's always going to be some level of culture shock.
It was definitely strange to be further away from my family than I'd ever really been before.
I kind of got homesick my first couple weeks, but honestly all that changed after WOW.
I know people joke about it a lot, but it's really true. They keep you too busy to even think about being homesick. I was having too much of a blast.
Let's go!
I had so much fun like meeting people during my WOW group.
I mean, I had a total blast.
There was something so special about doing WOW with 20, 30 people and then living with those same individuals on your floor.
I truly believe college is one of those places that your people are out there, you just have to find them.
The club fair is an incredible resource. They have free food too, which I know is a draw for a lot of people.
Very quickly, I just found the communities that made me feel included, welcome, supported. The club that I got really involved in was actually the Country Line Dancing Club.
Chinese Student Association.
I was part of the mock trial club, still am.
I met my best friends through fencing. There's never going to be a downside to trying something new that you've never tried before.
Get out there and do as much as you can.
All right. That was awesome. I hope you enjoyed that. Week of Welcome is a super amazing way to start your Cal Poly career. It's super fun, it's super interactive, and you get kind of a great like introduction to the SLO community, to the college. It's awesome. Before you go, please, if you have any more questions, we've been working away at that Q&A the best we can, but please ask any questions in that Q&A. We'd love to help you. We've got some games and trivia coming up. We're going to be able to have you like meet other incoming students. We're going to have some breakout rooms coming. I believe that is the link. I believe we'll also drop it in the chat here momentarily, but you'll be on break until I think 4 p.m. at which, let me check the schedule to make sure. No, you will not be on break. Sorry. We'll be going at 3:45, so I guess a little bit of a break, but it is, I believe, that Zoom link. If not, we'll drop it in the chat. Feel free to join those. It's optional, but we would love to see you there, have you meet other students just so that you don't come without knowing anyone. Trust me, that experience isn't great. Ask me how I know. But please join that. It is optional if you have other places to be. But thank you all for being here with us today. You've all been amazing. And I hope you all have a lovely, wonderful, fantastic day. Thank you all. Congratulations.
All right, thank you, Aiden. Thank you to Jamie Patton and to all of our presenters. That concludes our day for today. A full day of information, presentations. in the chat there is the link to the general Zoom. So you can go, it's a typical Zoom room where you can interface, talk with other incoming students, talk to some of our current students, get some more questions answered, or just meet some people who you'll probably end up seeing at Week of Welcome or on campus this year. So that concludes our day. Thank you for being here. If you have additional questions, you can put them in the Q&A. Our team will be on for about another 10 minutes to wrap up any last minute questions. And then we will close out our Zoom room here. So thank you for being a part of this. And we will see you at SLO Days Part 2, which will either be August 5th or August 6th. That is depending on your major. And that will be everything academic focused for our transfer students. So how to be successful here, how to register for classes. You'll also meet with your college advisors and start going over that process. So more to come in about 2 weeks here, but we are done for today. So thank you for being here. All right, just a few people left in here. We're still working on a few of these last questions. But if you have nothing else to ask, you are welcome to log out. You can head over to the SLO nights and meet some other transfer students and some current students. Our team is there, happy to engage and get you connected as you prepare for your journey here at Cal Poly. Thank you all for being here today. A lot of information. Hopefully you got some good insights, hopefully some good contacts to follow up with. That's really what we encourage you to do, is take this information and start to apply it for your own needs. So we'll give you a very broad understanding of what it means to be a Mustang, some key resources we think you should all be aware of. But then you can do some follow-up over the next month as you're getting ready for your first day of classes. So thank you for being here. We'll keep our room open for about 5 more minutes, see if there's any other last minute questions, but thank you again for being here.